In the aftermath of the Human Covenant War, as the fires of that great conflict dimmed across 1,000 shattered worlds, a new power emerged from the ashes, not bound by the religious fervor that had driven the Covenant, nor shackled by the bureaucratic weight that slowed the United Nations Space Command. This force moved with brutal efficiency and singular purpose. The Banished had arrived, and with them came a figure whose very name would become synonymous with defiance: Atriox. This is the story of revolution, of chains broken and empires built from the ruins of the old. It is the tale of the Jiralhanae people, of their suffering under covenant rule, and of the warrior who would lead them to freedom. To understand the Banished, we must first journey back to where it all began, to a world ravaged by its own children's fury, to the harsh and unforgiving planet known as Doizak. The Jiralhanae, called brutes by humanity, in a term that speaks more to fear than understanding, evolved on a world that demanded strength above all else. Doizak orbited the star Othsonin in a system that would become both cradle and crucible for a species defined by struggle. The planet itself was a place of extremes. Vast continents broken by deep rifts, forests that grew thick and hostile, mountains that scraped at turbulent skies. It was a world that bred competition, that rewarded aggression, that created a people for whom survival was never guaranteed, but always fought for. Before the Covenant discovered them, before they touched the stars, the Jiralhanae had already walked through fire. Their civilization had reached heights that any species might be proud of. They had built cities, harnessed atomic power, developed technologies that promised to carry them into a golden age. But the Jiralhanae psyche, formed by millennia of pack warfare and territorial combat, carried within it the seeds of apocalypse. When disagreements between the major nations of Doizak escalated beyond diplomacy's reach, the Jiralhanae did not hesitate. They unleashed nuclear fire upon their own world. The first immolation, as it would later be known, was a cataclysm of the Jiralhanae's own making. Cities that had stood for generations vanished in atomic fire. Technologies carefully developed over centuries were lost in moments. The population plummeted as radiation and starvation claimed billions. What remained of Jiralhanae civilization fragmented, retreating into tribalism, into the pack structures that had defined their species before cities rose. For a time, it seemed, the Jiralhanae might never recover, might remain forever trapped in a cycle of barbarism on a world they had poisoned. But the Jiralhanae were, if nothing else, survivors. Over generations they clawed their way back from the brink. They relearned what had been forgotten, rebuilt what had been destroyed, and slowly, painfully, began to reclaim their world. This recovery, however, came with a crucial difference. The Jiralhanae who emerged from the ashes of the first immolation had learned a terrible lesson about the price of unrestrained aggression. They remained fierce, remained organized in their pack hierarchies, but they tempered their worst impulses with a new understanding of consequence. Or so it seemed, until the Covenant arrived. The Jiralhanae are imposing by any measure. An adult male typically stands between 8 and 9 feet tall, with some exceptional specimens reaching even greater heights. Their bodies are masses of dense muscle covered in coarse fur that ranges from gray to brown to black, occasionally showing patterns or colorations unique to particular bloodlines. This fur provides insulation against Doisak's harsh climate variations, though many Jiralhanae who serve off-world for extended periods choose to wear environmental suits regardless. Their physical strength is remarkable even among the species that would come to comprise the Covenant. A Jiralhanae warrior can tear through reinforced metal with bare hands, can lift and throw objects weighing several hundred pounds, can shrug off injuries that would incapacitate most other beings. This is not merely muscle density, though that plays a role. The Jiralhanae skeletal structure is reinforced by thick, almost armor-like bone composition, particularly around the skull and torso. Evolution on Doisak favored those who could survive tremendous physical trauma, and the Jiralhanae body reflects generations of such selective pressure. But to focus solely on their physical prowess would be to make a fatal mistake, one that many of their enemies have made over the centuries. The Jiralhanae possess keen intelligence, though it manifests differently than in species like humanity or the Sangheli. Jiralhanae thinking tends toward the practical and immediate. They excel at tactical problems, at understanding the flow of combat, at reading opponents and adapting strategies in real time. Their leaders, the chieftains who command pack loyalty through a combination of strength and cunning, often demonstrate a sophisticated grasp of logistics, morale, and the psychological dimensions of warfare. Jiralhanae society on Doisak, both before and after the first immolation, organized itself around the pack. These were extended family groups, typically numbering between 20 and 100 individuals, led by the strongest and most capable alpha. Within a pack, hierarchy was absolute. The chieftain's word was law, enforced not through bureaucracy or religious doctrine, but through personal combat prowess and demonstrated leadership. Challenges to authority were settled through ritual combat, though in many packs these contests were to submission rather than death. A chieftain needed warriors to lead, after all, and dead subordinates served no purpose. Multiple packs might form larger clan associations, particularly in times of resource scarcity or external threat. These alliances were typically temporary, lasting only as long as mutual benefit sustained them. The Jiralhanae had no planet-spanning government in their pre-Covenant history, no unified culture that transcended regional variations. What they had instead was a patchwork of competing packs, shifting alliances, and a cultural understanding that strength determined worth. This philosophy extended to how the Jiralhanai viewed other species. When they were still confined to Doisak, they encountered various indigenous life forms, many of which were dangerous predators in their own right. The Jiralhanai response was characteristically direct. Dominant species were hunted and subjugated, weaker ones were ignored or exploited, and equals were rare enough to be memorable. This world view would shape how they interacted with the covenant species they would later encounter, and would plant the seeds for the tensions that would eventually tear the alliance apart. The covenant discovered Doisak in 492, during the long period of expansion that followed the taming of the hunters and preceded the covenant's catastrophic contact with humanity. The circumstances of first contact remain somewhat unclear, filtered, as they are, through layers of covenant religious interpretation and Jiralhanai oral tradition. What is known is that covenant survey vessels identified Doisak as inhabited, noted the presence of industrial age technology, and flagged the system for potential integration into the hegemony. Initial contact was handled, as it typically was, by Sanshayum missionaries, accompanied by Sangheli honor guards. The Jiralhanai response to these visitors from the stars was apparently mixed. Some packs viewed the newcomers as threats to be eliminated. Others saw potential for alliance and access to the advanced technology the Covenant clearly possessed. Skirmishes broke out in some regions, while negotiations proceeded in others. The Covenant, for their part, recognized immediately that the Jiralhanai possessed qualities that would make them valuable additions to the hegemony's military forces. The formal incorporation of the Jiralhanai into the Covenant in 2492 was accomplished through a combination of technological bribery, religious indoctrination, and demonstrations of overwhelming force. Covenant warships that could reduce mountains to glass made a compelling argument for compliance. The promise of access to slip-space travel, energy weapons, and all the wonders of Covenant technology appealed to the Jiralhanai's practical nature, and the path, the religious framework that justified Covenant existence and promised salvation through the great journey, provided a unifying ideology that transcended pack loyalty, or so the prophets believed. In truth, many Jiralhanai never fully embraced the Covenant's religious teachings. They went through the motions, learned the liturgies, and paid lip service to the hierarch's authority. But in their hearts, they remained pragmatists. The Covenant was a means to an end, access to the galaxy, to resources, to opportunities for glory and expansion that Doisak alone could never provide. This underlying skepticism, this willingness to use the Covenant without truly believing in it, would prove crucial when Atriox later began his rebellion. The Jiralhanai had always known at some level that the chains of faith were negotiable. As Jiralhanai warriors began to leave Doisak in greater numbers, serving aboard Covenant vessels and joining military campaigns across the galaxy, they brought with them the culture of the pack, the philosophy of strength, and a simmering resentment that they were expected to serve rather than command. The prophets saw the Jiralhanae as useful tools. The Sangheli saw them as barely civilized brutes, and the other covenant species learned to fear them while disdaining them. But the Jiralhanae themselves were watching, learning, and waiting, and when the time came, they would be ready to break free. The integration of the Jiralhanae into the covenant military structure represented both opportunity and exploitation. For the first time in their history, Jiralhanae warriors had access to weapons and technologies that dwarfed anything their species had developed independently. Plasma rifles that could superheat enemy flesh in seconds, gravity-manipulating hammers that could crush armored vehicles, armor systems that could withstand punishment that would obliterate unprotected bodies. These were the tools the Covenant provided. But the price for these gifts was high. Absolute obedience to a hierarchy that placed the Jiralhanae firmly at the bottom. When Jiralhanae forces first deployed alongside established Covenant military units, their role was clearly defined. They were shock troops, frontline assault forces sent into situations where casualties were expected and acceptable. The Covenant military doctrine had long relied on combined arms tactics that leveraged the strengths of each member species. The Sangheli served as the warrior elite, noble, and honorable soldiers who formed the backbone of military operations. The Kigyar provided reconnaissance and precision marksmanship. The Ungoi served as expendable infantry, their numbers making up for their individual weakness. Into this ecosystem, the Jiralhanae were inserted as heavy infantry, warriors whose physical prowess and aggression made them ideal for breaking enemy defensive positions or holding contested ground against overwhelming odds. The Jiralhanae's introduction to Covenant warfare revealed both their strengths and the contempt with which other species regarded them. Sangheli commanders in particular viewed the Jiralhanae as little more than sophisticated Ungoi, useful for absorbing enemy fire, but lacking the refinement and honor that supposedly characterized truly advanced warrior cultures. This attitude was not entirely without foundation in those early years. Jiralhanae tactics emphasized direct assault, overwhelming force, and close-quarters brutality. They were not interested in the elaborate dueling traditions that the Sangheli prized, nor did they care for the complex honor codes that governed Sangheli society. What the Sangheli failed to recognize, or perhaps chose to ignore, was that this apparent crudeness masked a different kind of sophistication. Jiralhanae pack tactics, refined over millennia on Doisak, proved remarkably effective in the chaos of modern warfare. A Jiralhanae pack fighting together operated with an intuitive coordination that required no elaborate communication. They understood flanking maneuvers, knew when to press an advantage, and when to fall back, could adapt to changing battlefield conditions with impressive speed. Their chieftains, the pack leaders who commanded from the front rather than the rear, often demonstrated tactical acumen that rivaled or exceeded their Sangheli counterparts. The pack remained the fundamental unit, of Jiralhanai military organization within the Covenant. Even as they were integrated into larger formations, even as they learned to operate Covenant vehicles and weapon systems, the Jiralhanai never abandoned the social structure that defined them. A pack deployed together, fought together, and if necessary, died together. The bonds between pack members ran deeper than simple military camaraderie. These were often literal blood relations, cousins and brothers and nephews, individuals who had known each other since birth and trusted each other implicitly. Chieftains retained their authority within this system, though that authority now had to be balanced against the demands of Covenant command hierarchy. A Jiralhanai chieftain might lead his pack with absolute authority, but he in turn answered to Sangheli shipmaster or fleet commanders who cared nothing for pack traditions. This created a tension that would simmer for decades. Chieftains were chosen through the traditional methods: combat prowess, tactical intelligence, and the ability to command loyalty. But their autonomy was limited, their decisions subject to override by Covenant officers who often had little understanding of or respect for Jiralhanai warrior culture. The relationship between Jiralhanai and Sangheli within the Covenant military was poisonous from the start. Both species prided themselves on martial excellence. Both valued strength and courage, but they expressed these values in radically different ways. The Sangheli adhered to elaborate codes of honor, viewed warfare as a spiritual practice, and believed that how one fought mattered as much as whether one won. The Jiralhanai, by contrast, were results-oriented pragmatists. Victory was what mattered, not the means by which it was achieved. If this meant ambushing an enemy from behind rather than facing them in honest combat, so be it. If it meant destroying an opponent while they were wounded or unprepared, that was simply good tactics. These philosophical differences manifested in countless small conflicts and resentments. Sangheli commanders would issue orders that made sense within their honor-bound worldview, but seemed nonsensical to Jiralhanai warriors. Why give an enemy time to prepare when you could strike immediately? Why limit yourself to certain weapons or tactics when others were more effective? Why treat enemy soldiers with any form of respect when they were simply obstacles to be eliminated? The Jiralhanai asked these questions constantly, and the answers they received served only to deepen their contempt for Sangheli pretensions. The Sangheli, meanwhile, saw the Jiralhanai as confirmation of everything they despised. Here were warriors without honor, without refinement, without any of the qualities that supposedly separated noble soldiers from mere killers. The Jiralhanai ate meat, often consuming their kills in ways that the Sangheli found repulsive. They decorated themselves with trophies taken from defeated enemies, both Covenant foes and occasionally fellow Covenant casualties if they died in particularly notable ways. They showed no deference to tradition, no respect for the ancient customs that governed proper military conduct. In Sangheli eyes, the Jiralhanai were savage animals, given guns, dangerous certainly, but never to be respected. These tensions erupted into violence with disturbing regularity. Aboard Covenant vessels, in military installations, even on the battlefield itself, Jiralhanae and Sangheili clashed. Sometimes these were formal challenges, ritualized combat meant to settle disputes through individual contest. More often, they were brawls that exploded from minor provocations, insults exchanged that escalated into lethal force. The prophets, particularly the hierarchs, who commanded the Covenant's highest authority, viewed these incidents with varying degrees of concern and calculation. Some saw the rivalry as dangerous, a potential fracture point in Covenant unity. Others, however, recognized its utility. As long as the Jiralhanae and Sangheili were focused on their mutual antagonism, they were less likely to question the prophet's authority. The equipment and weaponry provided to Jiralhanae forces reflected both their combat role and their status within the Covenant. While they had access to standard Covenant armaments, like plasma rifles and pistols, the Jiralhanae also received or developed weapons that suited their particular combat style. The Type II gravity hammer, which would become almost synonymous with Jiralhanae warfare, was a devastating close-quarters weapon that combined traditional melee combat with Covenant gravity manipulation technology. In the hands of a Jiralhanae warrior, a gravity hammer could pulverize enemy infantry, flip vehicles, and even damage light armor. The Pegos Workshop Spiker, often called the Brute Spiker, was another weapon closely associated with Jiralhanae forces. This brutal firearm launched superheated spikes at high velocity, impaling and often igniting targets. It was inaccurate compared to plasma weapons, crude in its mechanism, but undeniably effective at the close to medium ranges where Jiralhanae excelled. The weapon's design philosophy emphasized raw stopping power over precision, a perfect match for Jiralhanae tactical preferences. Other weapons in the Jiralhanae arsenal included the Brute Shot, a grenade launcher that could fire explosive projectiles in rapid succession, and various configurations of Brute plasma rifles that had been modified for increased rate of fire at the cost of heat management. The Jiralhanae were not inventors in the sense that the Sanshayum or even some Sangheili were, but they excelled at taking existing technology and modifying it to suit their needs. If a weapon could be made to hit harder or fire faster, even if it became less reliable or more dangerous to the user, that was a trade-off Jiralhanae engineers were willing to make. Jiralhanae armor evolved over their time in the Covenant as well. Early Jiralhanae conscripts wore relatively simple protective gear, often little more than salvaged or hand-me-down equipment from other species. As they proved their value and their numbers increased, however, they gained access to powered armor systems specifically designed for their physiology. These suits enhanced their already formidable strength, provided energy shielding similar to that used by Sangheili warriors, and incorporated systems for life support and communication. The aesthetic of Jiralhanae armor tended toward the intimidating, spiked pauldrons, helmet designs that emphasized their already fearsome facial features, dark colors accented with red or tribal markings. Despite their low status and the contempt of the Sanghili, some Jiralhanae warriors distinguished themselves enough to earn recognition within the Covenant military hierarchy. These individuals demonstrated either exceptional combat prowess, unusual tactical intelligence, or both. They led not just packs, but entire contingents of Jiralhanae forces, commanded significant resources, and occasionally even earned grudging respect from non-Jiralhanae officers. Their success, however, was always qualified, always limited. A Jiralhanae could rise only so far before encountering the glass ceiling of Covenant prejudice. True authority, the kind that commanded fleets or directed strategy, remained the province of the Sanghili and the prophets. This reality bred resentment throughout the Jiralhanae ranks. Warriors who had proven themselves time and again in battle, who had bled for the Covenant across dozens of worlds, found their accomplishments dismissed or attributed to Sanghili leadership. Chieftains who demonstrated brilliant tactical innovation were denied the resources or authority to fully implement their ideas. And always, there was the understanding that Jiralhanae lives were expendable in ways that Sanghili lives were not. If a mission required a near-suicidal frontal assault, it was Jiralhanae who would be ordered to execute it. If positions needed to be held against overwhelming odds to buy time for a strategic withdrawal, it was Jiralhanae who would be left behind. The participation of Jiralhanae forces in major Covenant military campaigns during the Long War against humanity exposed them to combat on a scale that few had experienced before. They fought on worlds from the inner colonies to the outer colonies, participated in fleet actions that saw entire battle groups destroyed, and died in numbers that would have crippled a less prolific species. These experiences, horrific as they were, also hardened the Jiralhanae. They learned to fight humanity's Marines and ODSTs, learned to respect, if not fear, the Spartans, learned the brutal arithmetic of modern warfare, where victory was measured not in honor or glory, but in objectives taken and resources secured. And they learned something else as well, something that the Covenant hierarchy failed to recognize until it was far too late. They learned that the Covenant was not invincible, that the prophets' promises were not guarantees, and that the Sanghili who commanded them were not inherently superior warriors. They learned, in short, that the chains that bound them could be broken. All they needed was someone brave enough, strong enough, and angry enough to strike the first blow. That someone was named Atriox, and his story would change the galaxy. The foundations of the Great Schism were laid long before the first Sanghili fell to Jiralhanae treachery. For decades, the high prophets of the Covenant, particularly the prophet of truth, had observed with growing concern the power and influence of the Sangheili within the hegemony. The elites served as the Covenant's military commanders, held positions of honor throughout the hierarchy, and most crucially, formed the core of the honor guard that protected the prophets themselves. This concentration of military power in the hands of a single species represented a potential threat to prophetic authority, one that truth in particular found increasingly unacceptable. The Jiralhanae offered an alternative. They were numerous, aggressive, loyal to strength rather than tradition, and had no established power base within Covenant society that might constrain them. If the prophets could elevate the Jiralhanae while simultaneously reducing the Sangheili, they could ensure their own security while exploiting the rivalry between the two warrior species. It was a strategy born of paranoia and political calculation, and it would nearly destroy the Covenant in the execution. The first steps toward Jiralhanae ascension began quietly, almost imperceptibly. Jiralhanae units received better equipment, were assigned to more prestigious missions, found their chieftains gaining access to command positions previously reserved for Sangheili. This preferential treatment was subtle enough that it could be dismissed as routine operational adjustment, but Sangheili commanders noticed nonetheless. Tensions that had always simmered between the species began to boil. Incidents of violence increased. Sangheili shipmaster reported difficulties in maintaining discipline among Jiralhanae contingents. The prophets, meanwhile, continued their machinations, driving wedges deeper with every promotion and reassignment. The crisis accelerated in October 2552 during the disastrous Battle of Installation 05, what humanity called the Delta Halo. The Prophet of Regret had launched an ill-advised assault on Earth, not realizing it was the human homeworld, and had been forced to retreat to this ancient forerunner installation with UNSC forces in pursuit. In a spectacular failure of judgment and security, the Prophet of Regret was assassinated by the Master Chief, the same Spartan who had destroyed Installation 04 months earlier. This assassination, carried out in the heart of Regret's sanctum while Covenant forces surrounded him, was a humiliation beyond measure. The Prophet of Truth seized upon this disaster as an opportunity. Regret's death, he proclaimed, was the fault of the Sangheili Honor Guard, who had failed in their sacred duty to protect a hierarch. This charge was both unfair and calculated. The Sangheili guards had been overwhelmed by a Spartan super soldier supported by UNSC special forces, hardly a failure of devotion or capability. But Truth cared nothing for fairness. He cared about justification, and Regret's death gave him exactly what he needed. On November 3rd, 2552, the Prophet of Truth issued the decree that would shatter the Covenant. The Sangheili were removed from their position as honor guard, replaced immediately and entirely by Jiralhanae warriors. This was not a gradual transition or a carefully managed reform. It was a purge, sudden and absolute. Sangheili guards who had served the prophets faithfully for decades, found themselves stripped of their positions, their protests ignored, their outrage dismissed. In their place stood Jiralhanai warriors, many of whom had been waiting for exactly this moment. The individual who exemplified the Jiralhanai ascension was Tartarus, chieftain of the Jiralhanai and one of the Prophet of Truth's most trusted instruments. Tartarus was everything the Sangheli feared and despised about the Jiralhanai: brutal, ambitious, utterly lacking in the honor codes that the elites held sacred, and devastatingly effective in combat. He wielded the Fist of Rukt, an ancient gravity hammer that had been passed down through his clan, and he commanded the loyalty of Jiralhanai forces throughout the Covenant with an authority that no other member of his species had achieved. Truth's elevation of Tartarus to a position of supreme military authority was a calculated insult to the Sangheli. Here was a species they had long dismissed as barely civilized barbarians, and now one of these barbarians commanded them. For the proud Sangheli, this was intolerable. But what happened next went far beyond insult into genocide. The change of the honor guard was merely the signal. Across High Charity, the Covenant holy city that served as the heart of their civilization, Jiralhanai forces turned on their Sangheli counterparts without warning. In barracks, on patrol, even in the midst of command meetings, Jiralhanai warriors opened fire. The massacre was thorough and merciless. Sangheli counselors were executed in their chambers. Military officers were cut down by the very troops they commanded. Civilians, rare as they were on High Charity, but present nonetheless, were hunted through the corridors and killed without discrimination. The slaughter was not limited to High Charity. The order went out across the entire Covenant, transmitted on secure channels to Jiralhanai chieftains who had been prepared for this moment. On warships throughout the fleet, Jiralhanai crews mutinied, seizing control of vessels and executing their Sangheli commanders. On ground installations across dozens of worlds, Jiralhanai garrisons rose up against their former comrades. Some Sangheli managed to fight back, their combat prowess allowing them to take numerous Jiralhanai with them, but they were overwhelmed by numbers and surprise. The day that would become known as the beginning of the Great Schism saw thousands of Sangheli murdered by those who had ostensibly been their brothers in arms. The Prophet of Truth watched this carnage unfold with satisfaction. He had successfully broken the Sangheli stranglehold on military power, had elevated the Jiralhanai into the dominant martial force, and had ensured that both species would be too focused on each other to threaten prophetic authority. What Truth failed to anticipate, what perhaps he could not have anticipated, was the ferocity of the Sangheli response and the speed with which the schism would spiral beyond anyone's control. The Sangheli were not the passive victims Truth had apparently expected them to be. Those who survived the initial purge rallied with shocking speed, organizing resistance and striking back against Jiralhanai forces with all the martial skill that had made them the Covenant's elite warriors for millennia. more importantly, the Sangheli had allies that truth had not adequately accounted for. The Ungoi, long-suffering infantry who had served under both Sangheli and Jiralhanai commanders, largely sided with the Sangheli, whether out of genuine loyalty or calculated assessment of which side offered better prospects for survival. Many Magalagolo, the bonded worm colonies known as hunters, also aligned with the Sangheli, with whom they had fought for generations. High Charity descended into civil war. The holy city's corridors, normally filled with the faithful on pilgrimage or the business of maintaining the Covenant's vast bureaucracy, became battlefields. Plasma fire scorched the walls of sacred chambers. Blood, both Sangheli and Jiralhanai, stained the floors of temples. The city that had symbolized covenant unity for 3,000 years tore itself apart in a matter of hours. Beyond High Charity, the schism spread like a virus through every covenant facility, every fleet, every military installation. Loyalties split, not along ideological lines, but along species boundaries. Ships that had served together for decades turned their weapons on each other. Ground forces that had fought side by side against humanity fragmented into hostile factions more interested in killing each other than continuing the war against the UNSC. The Covenant, already strained by decades of warfare and the revelations about Halo's true purpose that some had begun to uncover, fractured comprehensively. Tartarus himself played a crucial role in the events surrounding Delta Halo. Truth had sent him to the installation with specific orders to activate the ring and begin the great journey, the mass transcendence that the Covenant had pursued for millennia. Tartarus carried with him not only the Fist of Rukt, but also the sacred icon, the activation index that served as the key to firing the Halo array. He was accompanied by the former Arbiter, a Sangheli who had been disgraced and then partially redeemed, and by Commander Miranda Keyes and Sergeant Major Avery Johnson, human prisoners whose unique status as reclaimers gave them access to Forerunner systems. The confrontation in Delta Halo's control room on November 3rd, 2552, encapsulated the larger schism in microcosm. Tartarus, utterly confident in the righteousness of his cause and the inevitability of transcendence, prepared to activate the ring despite the warnings of all those around him. The former Arbiter, now understanding the truth about Halo's purpose, had returned with unexpected allies. Ertas Vadum, a Sangheli shipmaster, who would later become a fleet commander of significance, and a contingent of Sangheli Special Operations troops. The battle that followed was as much symbolic as tactical. Tartarus, the champion of the Jiralhanai's rise, faced off against the Arbiter, representative of Sangheli honor and martial tradition. The fight was brutal, showcasing Tartarus's raw power and the Arbiter's skill. Tartarus wielded his gravity hammer with devastating effect, each blow capable of pulverizing armor and bone. The Arbiter, armed with a Covenant energy sword, demonstrated the precision and grace that supposedly characterized Sangheili warfare. The outcome might have been different had it been truly one-on-one. But this was not a duel governed by honor codes. This was war, and war demands pragmatism. Sergeant Johnson, positioned above the fight, fired on Tartarus with a Covenant beam rifle, depleting his energy shields and allowing the Arbiter to strike. After an intense engagement that saw both combatants wounded, the Arbiter delivered the killing blow. Tartarus fell, the fist of Rukt tumbling from his grasp, and with him fell any chance of easy Jiralhanae dominance over the splintering Covenant. But Tartarus's death, while symbolically important, did not end the schism or restore Covenant unity. The damage was done, the betrayals too deep, the bloodshed too extensive. Even if individual Sangheili and Jiralhanae might have been willing to reconcile, their species as wholes had been set against each other in a conflict that now had its own momentum. The immediate aftermath of the Great Schism saw the Covenant effectively split into multiple factions. The Prophet of Truth retained control of significant Jiralhanae forces and remained determined to activate the Halo Array, though his motivations were increasingly suspect. A large contingent of Sangheili, led by figures like the Arbiter and Urtas Vedum, formed what would eventually be called the Sangheili Separatists, or, more formally, the Swords of Sanghelios. This faction found itself in the strange position of allying, however uneasily, with the UNSC against the Prophet of Truth's Covenant loyalists. For the Jiralhanae as a species, the Great Schism represented both ascension and catastrophe. They had achieved the recognition and authority they had long craved, had struck back against the Sangheili who had demeaned them for so many years, had proven their worth in the most direct way possible. But they had also tied themselves to a prophet whose sanity was questionable and whose plans would lead to their near destruction. They had made enemies of virtually every other major Covenant species, and perhaps most crucially, they had revealed themselves as treacherous, making any future alliance with them conditional on superior force rather than trust. The final battles of the Human Covenant War, culminating in the desperate fighting on the Ark in late 2552, saw Jiralhanae forces fighting with the fury of those who knew at some level that this was their last chance. When Truth died, killed by the Arbiter in the Ark's control room, when the Covenant collapsed utterly, the Jiralhanae found themselves suddenly adrift. The power structure that had elevated them had vanished. The authority they had briefly commanded meant nothing. And waiting for them were the consequences of their betrayal. Consequences that would define the next several years of their existence. December 2552 saw the formal end of the Human Covenant War. The Prophet of Truth lay dead, slain by the Arbiter in the control room of the Ark. The loyalist forces that had followed Truth to that ancient forerunner installation were destroyed or scattered. The replacement installation 04 that the Ark had constructed fired incompletely, destroying the grave mind and the flood presence that had threatened to consume the galaxy while sparing inhabited systems. Humanity and its unexpected Sangheli allies had achieved the impossible: victory against a foe that had nearly annihilated them. For the Jiralhanae, however, the war's end brought no victory, no peace, no respite. The collapse of the Covenant left them in a position arguably worse than before. They had encountered the hegemony. They were scattered across dozens of systems, their forces fragmented into competing war bands with no central authority to coordinate them. They had made enemies of the Sangheli, who now actively hunted Jiralhanae groups wherever they could be found. They had lost access to the massive industrial infrastructure that had supplied the Covenant military machine, and they had nowhere to call home, no safe harbor to retreat to while they regrouped and considered their future. The immediate post-war period saw Jiralhanae forces attempting to maintain control of territories they had occupied during the final year of the conflict. Some succeeded, at least temporarily, establishing strongholds on worlds that had been glassed or abandoned by other Covenant species. These toeholds, however, were precarious. The Jiralhanae lacked the technical expertise to maintain much of the infrastructure they inherited. Covenant facilities were complex systems that required specialized knowledge to operate, knowledge largely held by the Sanshayum and Huragok engineer castes. With the prophets dead or fled and the engineers scattered, critical systems began to fail. More devastating was the loss of supply lines. The Covenant had maintained an elaborate logistics network spanning its territories, ensuring that even the most remote outpost received food, weapons, and other necessities. This network disintegrated with the Covenant itself. Jiralhanae garrisons found themselves isolated, unable to resupply, watching their ammunition stockpiles dwindle and their food stores run empty. For a species that required substantial caloric intake to maintain their muscular physiology, hunger became a very real and immediate threat. The Jiralhanae response to these pressures was characteristically direct. They turned to raiding. Organized into packs and clan groups led by the strongest available chieftains, they struck at anyone and everyone who might have resources worth taking. Former Covenant supply depots were looted. Trading vessels, regardless of species, were attacked and stripped. Weaker Jiralhanae groups fell prey to stronger ones in a return to the zero-sum competition that had characterized Doisak before the Covenant's arrival. It was brutal, wasteful, and ultimately unsustainable. But for many Jiralhanae, it was the only path forward they could envision. The psychological impact of the Covenant's collapse on the Jiralhanae species cannot be understated. For over 60 years, the Covenant had provided structure, purpose, and direction. Individual Jiralhanae might have chafed under Sangheli arrogance or resented their subordinate position, but the covenant itself had offered something valuable, a place in a greater whole, a sense that their struggles meant something beyond simple survival, access to wonders and technologies that transcended anything their species could have achieved independently. All of this vanished almost overnight. The resulting crisis of purpose manifested differently across different Jiralhanae populations. Some attempted to cling to the remnants of the covenant religion, continuing to preach about the great journey and the will of the forerunners even as these beliefs rang increasingly hollow. These religious holdouts, typically organized around charismatic preachers or chieftains who claimed special insight into what the gods wanted, forming cult-like groups that combined covenant doctrine with traditional Jiralhanae pack dynamics. Such groups were rarely stable, prone to schisms of their own as different leaders claimed to represent true faith. Others rejected the covenant ideology entirely, viewing it as the lie that had led them to disaster. These Jiralhanae returned to older traditions, to the pack-centered worldview that had defined their species before the prophets arrived. They erected totems, performed rituals that their great-grandparents would have recognized, and organized their societies around strength and kinship rather than religious doctrine. This traditionalist revival might have been sustainable on Doisak, where such systems had evolved to suit local conditions, but it struggled to address the realities of post-covenant existence, where competing packs needed to interact across interstellar distances. The majority of Jiralhanae, however, fell somewhere between these extremes. They were pragmatists who cared little for ideology and much for survival. They served whichever chieftain could keep them fed, followed whichever leader demonstrated the strength to protect the pack, and made alliances or broke them as circumstances demanded. This flexibility allowed for rapid adaptation to changing situations, but prevented the formation of any unified Jiralhanae political entity. Every settlement, every warship, every installation became its own miniature fiefdom, loyal to its local strongman and hostile or indifferent to outsiders. Perhaps nowhere was the collapse more keenly felt than on Doisak itself. The Jiralhanae homeworld had been largely depopulated during the Covenant years as warriors left to serve in the military and workers departed to labor in industrial facilities across Covenant space. Those who remained were typically the young, the old, or those deemed unfit for off-world service. When the Covenant fell, hundreds of thousands of Jiralhanae attempted to return home, seeking refuge on the world that had birthed their species. What they found was disaster. Doisak's infrastructure, never particularly robust and damaged by the first immolation centuries earlier, could not support the sudden influx of refugees. Food production capacity, adequate for the reduced population, proved woefully insufficient for the numbers now planet-side. Distribution networks broke down as competing groups seized control of resources and refused to share. Violence erupted as different factions fought for territory, for stockpiles, for any advantage that might ensure survival. The situation on Doisak devolved into something approaching the state of nature that political philosophers theorized about. Life became nasty, brutish, and short for many. Warlords rose and fell with stunning rapidity, each claiming to have the solution to the Jiralhanai's predicament, each ultimately proven wrong by starvation or the blade of a rival. Attempts at establishing planetary government foundered on the mutual distrust of the various power brokers and the absence of any enforcement mechanism that could compel compliance. Off-world, Jiralhanai interactions with other species ranged from hostile to catastrophic. The Sanghili, now organized under various leaders but unified in their hatred of the Jiralhanai for the betrayal during the schism, conducted what amounted to retributive campaigns against any Jiralhanai forces they encountered. Sanghili shipmaster viewed hunting Jiralhanai as both practical necessity, eliminating a potential threat, and moral obligation, avenging their fallen. These campaigns were merciless, offering no quarter and expecting none in return. Entire Jiralhanai settlements were destroyed, their populations killed or scattered. In engagements that lacked even the thin veneer of military necessity that might have justified them. The UNSC, still recovering from the devastation of the war and focused primarily on rebuilding, treated Jiralhanai groups with caution and suspicion. Initial encounters were universally hostile, colored by humanity's experience fighting brute-led forces during the war's final year. UNSC patrol groups that discovered Jiralhanai raiders typically destroyed them, seeing no value in attempting communication or negotiation with species that had proven so savage during the war. This policy was neither universal nor official. There were no orders from FleetCom to kill Jiralhanai on sight, but individual commanders made decisions based on their own judgment and frequently concluded that dead brutes posed no future threat. Some Jiralhanai populations attempted to find accommodation with these former enemies. They approached human colonies or Sanghili settlements, offering to trade, to work, to provide muscle in exchange for food and protection. Most such overtures were rejected out of hand, the distrust too deep and the memories too fresh. Those few that succeeded typically did so on the most exploitative terms imaginable, with Jiralhanai essentially serving as indentured labor under conditions that skirted the edges of slavery. It was survival, but at a cost that bred further resentment. The smaller covenant species, the Ungoi and Kigyar in particular, also found themselves adrift in the post-war galaxy and in their own desperate situations. Competition between these groups and Jiralhanai warbands for resources led to conflicts that benefited no one's days. The Ungoi, for all their limitations, had numbers on their side, and could overwhelm isolated Jiralhanae groups through sheer mass. The Kigyar, natural pirates and traders, controlled or knew the locations of stockpiles that everyone wanted. Alliances formed and dissolved rapidly as these various groups jockeyed for position in a galaxy that had no stable order. What prevented total collapse into anarchic warfare was, perversely, the Jiralhanae's own depleted state. They simply lacked the resources and organization to sustain large-scale military operations. Raiders could attack a soft target, loot it, and escape. But they couldn't hold territory against determined opposition. Warlords could claim dominion over a system or two, but they couldn't project power beyond that, without logistics they didn't possess. The Jiralhanae, for all their individual ferocity, were strategically impotent in the immediate post-war years. This was the context into which various factions would attempt to recruit Jiralhanae support. Human insurrectionists, seeing an opportunity to gain powerful allies against the UNSC, made contact with Jiralhanae leaders and offered deals. Rogue Sangheli warlords, those who had their own grievances against the swords of Sanghelios or the Arbiter, similarly reached out. The remnants of the Sanshayum who survived, scattered across the galaxy in hiding, tried to reassemble their power base and saw the Jiralhanae as potential pawns. Some Jiralhanae accepted these offers, becoming mercenaries or allies of convenience. Others rejected them, seeing in such proposals only new forms of exploitation. The truth that many Jiralhanae were slowly coming to accept was that their species stood on the brink. Without unity, without purpose, without access to the resources necessary for long-term survival, they faced the real possibility of extinction, not through enemy action, but through the slow grind of attrition and despair. Their population was declining as violence and starvation took their toll. Their technological base was eroding as equipment failed and could not be replaced. Their future looked grim. It was into this darkness that a different vision would emerge. Not a return to the old ways, not service to new masters wearing familiar faces, but something genuinely new, an organization built on principles that the Covenant had never embraced, led by a Jiralhanae who had learned lessons that his people desperately needed to understand. The Banished were coming, and they would offer the Jiralhanae a path forward that was neither servitude nor extinction. But to understand the Banished, we must first understand the individual who created them, who forged a new kind of power from the ashes of the old. We must understand Atriox in the annals of galactic history. Few figures loom as large as Atriox. His name would become synonymous with rebellion, with pragmatism, with the refusal to accept oppression as inevitable. He would forge an organization that rivaled and arguably surpassed the Covenant in military effectiveness. He would earn the respect of enemies who had never respected any Jiralhanae before him. And he would do all of this despite, or perhaps because of, beginnings as unremarkable as those of any other Jiralhanae warrior born into Covenant servitude. Atriox's early life remains somewhat obscured, filtered through the propaganda of the Banished themselves and the fragmented records of the covenant that documented his service. What can be established with reasonable certainty is that he was born on a Jiralhanae colony world, not Doisak itself, sometime in the early years of the 26th century. The exact year is unclear, and Atriox himself has never provided clarification. What mattered was not when he was born, but what he would become. The colony where Atriox spent his youth was typical of Jiralhanae settlements within the Covenant. It served primarily as a recruitment center, a place where young Jiralhanae males were identified, assessed, and if deemed suitable, conscripted into military service. Life on such worlds was austere. Resources were allocated based on military necessity rather than civilian comfort. Education consisted of basic literacy, sufficient to read orders and operate Covenant equipment, physical conditioning to prepare bodies for combat, and indoctrination into the path. The religious ideology that supposedly unified all Covenant species in common purpose. From the earliest age, Atriox demonstrated the traits that would later define his rise. He was large, even by Jiralhanae standards, with a physical presence that commanded attention. His strength was obvious, tested constantly in the ritualized combat training that shaped young Jiralhanae warriors. But what set him apart was not strength alone. Many Jiralhanae were strong, but rather his intelligence. He learned quickly, absorbed tactical lessons that other warriors struggled with, and demonstrated an intuitive grasp of combat dynamics that suggested natural aptitude rather than rote memorization. More than this, Atriox possessed something rarer and more dangerous. He asked questions, not the simple operational queries about equipment or procedure, but deeper questions about purpose and strategy. Why was a particular objective necessary? What was the Covenant hoping to achieve with a given campaign? How did individual missions fit into larger strategic frameworks? His instructors, to the extent that they noticed this characteristic at all, likely viewed it as a potential leadership trait. They were training chieftains as much as warriors, after all, and chieftains needed to understand the broader context of warfare. What they failed to recognize was that Atriox's questions were not born of a desire to better serve the Covenant, but from a fundamental skepticism about the Covenant's goals and methods. Even in his youth, even under the weight of religious indoctrination, some part of Atriox remained unconvinced. He went through the motions, learned what was expected, and kept his doubts to himself. This was not yet rebellion, not even conscious resistance. It was simply the mind of an intelligent being encountering doctrine and finding it wanting. When Atriox reached maturity, he was conscripted into Covenant military service without ceremony or choice. This was not a decision he made, not a path he chose, but rather a fate as inevitable as breathing. Young Jiralhanae males became warriors. That was simply how things were. Atriox and dozens of his generation were loaded onto transports, shipped off-world, and integrated into existing military units, where they would serve until death or disability ended their usefulness. The pack to which Atriox was assigned became his family, his world, his reason for existing. Covenant doctrine used pack bonds as a control mechanism, channeling the natural Jiralhanae tendency toward group loyalty into military effectiveness. Warriors fought not primarily for abstract goals like the Great Journey, but for their pack brothers, for the individuals beside them in the shield wall. This was understood and exploited by Covenant commanders who knew that a Jiralhanae warrior would take suicidal risks to save a packmate that he would never accept for ideological reasons. Atriox's pack served as shock troops in the long war against humanity. They were deployed to contested worlds, dropped into hot zones where resistance was fiercest, tasked with breaking through fortified positions that regular Covenant forces found too costly to assault directly. It was brutal, grinding work that consumed lives with horrifying rapidity. The casualty rates for Jiralhanae units in these roles were catastrophic, sometimes exceeding 50% per engagement. Packs were constantly being rebuilt, new warriors integrated to replace the dead. Bonds of brotherhood formed and broken in the span of days or weeks. And Atriox somehow survived. Mission after mission, battle after battle, he walked through fire and emerged intact. He watched pack brothers fall, saw friends torn apart by human weapons, held dying warriors as their blood soaked into alien soil, and yet he himself continued. His survival was not mere luck, though fortune surely played its part. Atriox demonstrated an almost preternatural combat sense, an ability to read battlefields and anticipate danger that kept him alive when others died. He was fast for his size, strong even by Jiralhanae standards, and utterly ruthless in combat. But survival came at a cost. Each mission claimed more of his pack. Faces that had become familiar vanished, replaced by strangers who would themselves die before Atriox learned their names. The turnover was relentless, grinding down anything resembling normal social bonds and replacing them with the grim camaraderie of the doomed. Jiralhanae who survived long enough in such circumstances typically became either broken or fanatical, either losing themselves in trauma or embracing the Covenant ideology that promised meaning to senseless slaughter. Atriox became neither. Instead, something cold and analytical grew within him. He began to pay attention not just to individual battles, but to patterns. He noticed that Jiralhanae forces were consistently assigned to the most dangerous missions, that they absorbed casualties that Sangheili units would never be asked to accept, that their lives were spent with a casualness that suggested profound contempt. He observed that victory or defeat often mattered less than whether certain political objectives were achieved, and that those objectives rarely benefited the Jiralhanae dying to accomplish them. The breaking point, the moment when observation crystallized into action, came during one mission too many. The details vary, depending on the source. The Banished tell multiple versions of the story, each slightly different. But the core truth remains consistent. Atriox and the remnants of his pack were ordered to assault a heavily fortified UNSC position. The tactical situation was hopeless. The humans were dug in, had clear fields of fire, possessed superior artillery support. Any assault would be slaughter. The Sangheli commander issuing the order knew this. The objective was not to take the position, but to draw human forces into revealing their full strength for a later, more carefully planned assault by Sangheli units. Atriox's pack was bait. They were being ordered to die, not to achieve victory, but to gather intelligence. This was not unusual in the larger context of Covenant operations. Jiralhane had served this role countless times before, but for Atriox, in that moment, something snapped. He looked at the few pack brothers who remained, warriors he had fought beside for months or years, and he made a decision that would change the course of history. He refused the order. This was not a request for clarification, not an attempt to propose alternatives. It was flat refusal, the kind of insubordination that carried only one penalty in Covenant military doctrine: summary execution. The Sangheli officers commanding Atriox's unit were initially confused, unable to process that a Jiralhane, a creature they viewed as barely sentient, would dare disobey. That confusion lasted only moments before rage took its place. They moved to enforce discipline, to execute the insubordinate warrior and terrify his pack mates back into compliance. They never got the chance. Atriox killed them, not in the heat of combat, not in some confused melee, but deliberately and with full understanding of what he was doing. He struck down his commanding officers, the Sangheli, who had sent hundreds of his pack brothers to meaningless deaths, and he did so without hesitation or remorse. It was an act of pure rebellion, the first deliberate strike against a system that had used him and his kind as disposable tools. The other Jiralhane in his pack, faced with a choice between following their fallen officers or their surviving pack brother, chose Atriox. This decision was arguably more significant than Atriox's own actions. It meant that his rebellion was not the isolated act of one maverick warrior, but the beginning of something larger. The bonds of the pack, which the Covenant had tried to exploit for their own ends, now worked against them. Loyalty to pack superseded loyalty to distant hierarchs and their pronouncements. What followed was chaos. Atriox and his pack brothers could not return to Covenant forces, not after killing their commanders. They were traitors, heretics, criminals who had violated the most fundamental law of military discipline. Covenant forces would hunt them relentlessly if given the chance. They had no supplies beyond what they carried, no plan beyond immediate survival, no clear sense of what came next. All they had was freedom, purchased at the cost of everything they had known, and the burning certainty that what they had done was right. Atriox had broken his chains. Now he would teach others to do the same, and in doing so, he would build an empire from the ashes of the Covenant. But that would come later. In the immediate aftermath of his rebellion, he was simply a renegade with a handful of followers, hunted by the most powerful military force in the galaxy. and possessed of nothing but his wits, his strength, and his absolute refusal to ever serve another's will again. The question of what motivated Atriox to take this step, to cross a line that thousands of other Jiralhanae warriors had approached but never breached, deserves consideration. Surface explanations suggest themselves readily enough: survival instinct, pack loyalty, accumulated resentment. But these feel insufficient to fully explain the magnitude of what he did. After all, many Jiralhanae had lost pack brothers. Many had been given suicidal orders. Many had reason to resent Covenant leadership. Yet it was Atriox who rebelled. The answer likely lies in that quality that had set him apart from the beginning: his refusal to stop questioning. Where others accepted the explanations they were given, Atriox probed deeper. Where others saw individual tragedies, Atriox saw systematic exploitation. Where others believed that their suffering served some higher purpose, Atriox recognized it as the consequence of others viewing Jiralhanae lives as valueless. This clarity, this ability to see through the comforting lies that made submission tolerable, gave him both the motivation and the moral certainty necessary to act. And once he had acted, once he had crossed that threshold, there was no going back. Atriox had committed himself to a path that could end only in victory or death. The Covenant would never forgive him, would never allow him to simply fade into obscurity. He would either forge something new from his rebellion, or he would die trying. In the event, he did both, though the death would come much later and under very different circumstances than anyone might have expected. The period following Atriox's initial act of defiance was characterized by desperation, violence, and the gradual emergence of a philosophy that would shape everything that followed. Atriox and his small band of followers were, in those early days, simply trying to survive. They were fugitives with no safe harbor, no supply lines, and the full weight of Covenant military power arrayed against them should they be discovered. Under such circumstances, many rebellions would have ended quickly, either through the rebels' death or through their decision to surrender and accept whatever punishment awaited them. Atriox chose neither death nor surrender. Instead, he chose to fight, and in fighting, to recruit. His first act as a rebel leader was to seek out other Jiralhanae who might be sympathetic to his cause. This was dangerous in the extreme. Approaching active duty Covenant forces risked exposure and annihilation. But Atriox understood something crucial. He was not the only Jiralhanae warrior who had reached breaking point. For every warrior who had the courage and opportunity to rebel, there were dozens more who harbored the same doubts, nursed the same resentments, but lacked either the catalyst or the framework to act on them. Atriox's recruitment methods were necessarily subtle at first. He made contact with Jiralhanae units during their off-duty periods, in places where Covenant surveillance was minimal. He spoke to warriors who had the look of veterans about them, those who had survived long enough to understand how the Covenant really worked. His message was simple and devastating in its directness. You are being used. Your lives mean nothing to those who command you. You will die for nothing unless you choose differently. Not every warrior Atriox approached joined him. Many reported his attempted recruitment to their commanders, viewing it as the treason it technically was. Some attacked him on sight, either out of genuine loyalty to the Covenant or fear of the consequences of being associated with a heretic. But enough, just enough, chose to listen. They abandoned their posts, deserted their units, and joined the growing band of rebels that formed around Atriox. Each new recruit brought equipment, intelligence about Covenant operations, and most valuably, confirmation that Atriox's vision was not insane, that others saw the same injustices and were willing to fight against them. The group that coalesced around Atriox in those early months was small, likely numbering fewer than 100 warriors initially, but it was bound by choice rather than conscription. This made it fundamentally different from any Covenant military unit. These Jiralhane had chosen to be there, had accepted the enormous risks inherent in rebellion because they believed in what Atriox represented. They were not serving because refusal meant execution or because religious doctrine demanded it. They served because they had decided that this cause was worth fighting for, worth dying for, if necessary. Atriox named his burgeoning organization the Banished. The term carried layered meaning. Most obviously, it referenced their status as outcasts from Covenant society, warriors banished from the only structure they had ever known. But it also suggested defiance, a refusal to accept that banishment as punishment or defeat. The Banished would wear their outsider status as a badge of honor, would turn the Covenant's rejection into a source of strength. They were free in ways that Covenant warriors could never be, unburdened by religious obligation or arbitrary hierarchy, capable of making choices based on effectiveness rather than doctrine. The philosophy that Atriox developed to guide the Banished was revolutionary in the context of Covenant society. At its core was a simple principle: strength and results mattered. Everything else was negotiable. This meant that species identity, the very foundation of Covenant social structure, became irrelevant. A capable warrior was valuable regardless of whether they were Jiralhane, Sanghili, Ungoi, or any other species. What mattered was their skill, their loyalty to the Banished, and their willingness to fight for the freedom that Atriox offered. This multi-species approach was Atriox's most radical departure from Covenant orthodoxy. The Covenant had always maintained strict species-based hierarchies, with each species occupying a specific role and treated according to their perceived value. The idea that, for instance, an Ungoi could rise to command Jiralhane warriors, or that a Sanghili could serve alongside the species that had betrayed them during the Great Schism would have been unthinkable in Covenant context. But Atriox didn't care about unthinkable. He cared about effective. The first Sanghili to join the Banished likely did so sometime in 2550 or early 2551. still several years before the Great Schism, but late enough in the war that cracks in covenant unity were becoming apparent. The circumstances surrounding this individual's recruitment are not recorded in detail, but the significance of the act cannot be overstated. Sanghili and Jiralhanai had been enemies within the covenant for decades, their mutual animosity carefully cultivated and exploited by the prophets. For a Sanghili to willingly serve under Jiralhanai leadership required either desperate circumstances or a fundamental re-evaluation of everything they had been taught to believe. What likely attracted this and subsequent Sanghili recruits was the same thing that drew Jiralhanai to the Banished. Atriox's philosophy offered dignity and agency that the covenant denied. Sanghili, who had been dishonored, who had fallen afoul of the rigid honor codes that governed their society, who had been cast out for failures real or imagined, found in the Banished a second chance. Atriox didn't care about their past. He cared whether they could fight, whether they would be loyal to the Banished cause, and whether they could set aside old prejudices to work alongside former enemies. The inclusion of Sanghili in the Banished ranks provided crucial capabilities that purely Jiralhanai forces lacked. Many Sanghili were experienced ship captains, skilled in the operation and tactics of void warfare. They brought technical expertise, understanding of covenant systems that went deeper than simple operation, and their combat abilities, honed by lifetimes of martial training, made them formidable assets in any engagement. The first Sanghili ship masters who joined the Banished brought their vessels with them, instantly transforming the rebels from a ground-bound insurgency into an organization with limited but real void warfare capability. Ungoi and Kigyar recruits followed similar patterns. These species, always at the bottom of covenant hierarchy, found the Banished's merit-based structure appealing. An Ungoi with technical skills could become valuable in ways that covenant service never allowed. A Kigyar with piloting abilities or connections to smuggling networks brought resources and opportunities. Atriox welcomed them all, provided they met his standards and proved their loyalty. The Banished became a strange mirror image of the Covenant, a multi-species organization held together not by religious doctrine, but by shared self-interest and respect for strength. Early Banished operations focused on survival and resource acquisition. They raided Covenant supply depots, attacking targets that were lightly defended and rich in material. They hijacked transport vessels, seizing weapons, food, and equipment. They established hidden bases in asteroid fields and on uninhabited worlds, creating safe havens where they could regroup between operations. Each successful raid strengthened them, providing the resources necessary to conduct the next operation, creating a positive feedback loop that allowed the Banished to grow despite constant Covenant pressure. Covenant response to the Banished threat evolved over time. Initially, the prophets and their military commanders viewed Atriox's rebels as a minor irritant, a small group of disaffected warriors who would be quickly hunted down and eliminated. They dispatched regular military units to destroy the Banished whenever their location was discovered, confident that superior numbers and firepower would prevail. These early engagements, however, did not go as the Covenant anticipated. Atriox proved to be a brilliant tactician, possibly one of the finest military minds of his generation. He understood guerrilla warfare intuitively, grasped the importance of choosing when and where to fight, knew how to use mobility and intelligence to offset his enemy's numerical advantages. He struck vulnerable targets and avoided strong ones. He set ambushes that turned Covenant hunters into prey. He exploited his opponent's assumptions, using their contempt for Jiralhanae intelligence against them. Time and again, Covenant forces sent to destroy the Banished found themselves outmaneuvered, ambushed, and decimated. The legend of Atriox began to spread through the Covenant military, particularly among Jiralhanae units. Here was one of their own who had done the impossible. He had defied the Covenant and survived, had killed Sangheli commanders and faced no retribution, had built something new from nothing. For warriors ground down by years of being treated as expendable, this was intoxicating. Atriox became a symbol, proof that alternatives existed, that the Covenant could be resisted. His very existence undermined the inevitability of the Covenant system. Covenant leadership recognized belatedly that the Banished represented a more serious threat than initially believed. This was not just a military problem, but an ideological one. If Atriox's rebellion succeeded, if he managed to build a sustainable alternative to Covenant service, it could inspire widespread defection among not just the Jiralhanae, but other disaffected species as well. The prophets could not allow this. They escalated their response, dedicating more resources to hunting the Banished, placing bounties on Atriox himself, and authorizing increasingly brutal measures to stamp out his influence. These efforts failed. By the time the Great Schism erupted in 2552, the Banished had grown into a force of several thousand warriors operating multiple vessels and maintaining bases in a dozen systems. They had survived years of Covenant attempts at extermination, had refined their tactics and organization, and had developed a distinct identity separate from either the Covenant or traditional Jiralhanae culture. More than this, they had proven the viability of Atriox's philosophy. The Banished worked. A multi-species organization based on merit and pragmatism rather than religious doctrine and species hierarchy was not just possible, but actually more effective than what the Covenant had created. The Great Schism and the Covenant's subsequent collapse validated everything Atriox had been saying since his first rebellion. The Covenant had betrayed the Jiralhanae just as he had warned. The prophets had used them as pawns, just as he had claimed. The system that promised transcendence had delivered only suffering and death, exactly as he had predicted. For those Jiralhanae who survived the schism's bloodbath, for those who found themselves adrift in its aftermath, the Banished offered not just survival, but vindication. In the months following the war's end, the Banished grew explosively. Jiralhanai, who had fought for the Covenant, who had nowhere else to go and nothing else to believe in, flocked to Atriox's banner. He welcomed them, integrated them, and put them to work building something that would outlast the Covenant's memory. The rebellion was over. The empire building had begun, and at the center of it all stood Atriox, warrior, philosopher, liberator, and warlord. He had broken chains that had bound his people for generations. Now he would forge new chains, stronger ones, and use them to bind together an organization that would challenge the greatest powers in the galaxy. The Banished were no longer rebels hiding in the shadows. They were an army, an empire, a force that would make the entire galaxy take notice. The age of the Banished had truly begun. The organization that Atriox built in the years following the Covenant's collapse was unlike anything the galaxy had seen before. It combined the martial prowess of the Covenant military with the pragmatic flexibility of a mercenary company, the ideological clarity of a revolutionary movement with the ruthless efficiency of a criminal syndicate. The Banished were not simply a renamed Covenant remnant or a traditional Jiralhanai clan structure writ large. They were something genuinely novel, an organization that had learned from the failures of what came before and built something better from the lessons. At the philosophical heart of the Banished lay Atriox's central insight. That strength was the only true currency, and that strength came in many forms. Physical prowess certainly mattered. The ability to dominate in personal combat remained valued, but it was not the only measure of worth. Technical expertise was strength. Strategic intelligence was strength. The ability to acquire and manage resources was strength. Loyalty to the organization and to one's comrades was strength. This expansive definition of value allowed the Banished to utilize the talents of individuals who would have been dismissed or overlooked in more traditional organizations. The structure of the Banished reflected this philosophy through its emphasis on meritocracy. Advancement within the organization was based on demonstrated capability rather than species, bloodline, or political connections. A warrior who proved themselves in battle, who consistently achieved objectives and brought value to the Banished, would rise regardless of their origins. This system was not perfectly meritocratic in practice. No organization ever is, but it was far more so than the Covenant had ever been. Individual merit could actually overcome initial disadvantage in ways that were functionally impossible in the rigid hierarchy of the hegemony. Atriox himself sat at the apex of this structure as the War Master, a title that conveyed both his military authority and his role as the Banished's ideological leader. His word was law within the organization, not because of religious mandate or hereditary right, but because he had built the Banished from nothing, because his decisions had consistently proven sound, and because his warriors believed in him. This was authority earned and maintained through competence, rather than inherited or imposed. It meant that Atriox's leadership was secure so long as he continued to deliver results, but it also meant that he had to actually lead rather than simply occupy a position. Beneath Atriox were his lieutenants, individuals who commanded substantial forces and territories in his name. These were not figureheads or administrators, but genuine warlords, each controlling their own contingent of banished forces and responsible for specific operational areas or mission types. The relationship between Atriox and his lieutenants was more feudal than bureaucratic, based on personal loyalty and mutual benefit rather than rigid chains of command. A lieutenant who served Atriox well could expect support, resources, and autonomy. One who failed or betrayed him could expect swift and brutal retribution. Among the most significant of Atriox's early lieutenants was Decimus, a Jiralhanae warrior who had joined the Banished during the Covenant era and risen through the ranks through a combination of tactical brilliance and absolute loyalty to Atriox's vision. Decimus embodied many of the qualities that the Banished valued. He was formidable in personal combat, commanding in presence, and possessed a sophisticated understanding of combined arms warfare. He served as Atriox's right hand in many operations, particularly those requiring direct military action and the conquest of contested territories. Decimus's approach to warfare exemplified the Banished tactical philosophy. He favored overwhelming force applied at key points, using mobility to concentrate strength against enemy weakness. His forces were known for their discipline, unusual in Jiralhanae formations, their ability to coordinate complex maneuvers, and their willingness to accept high casualties in pursuit of objectives. Under Decimus's command, the Banished conducted some of their most successful campaigns in the immediate post-war period, seizing territories and resources that would form the foundation of their growing empire. Another crucial lieutenant was Let Voller, a Sangheli shipmaster who had joined the Banished with his entire crew and vessel. Let Voller's defection from the Covenant had occurred before the Great Schism, driven by disillusionment with the Prophet's leadership and recognition that the war against humanity was being prosecuted incompetently. His decision to ally with Atriox to serve under Jiralhanae command was extraordinary, given Sangheli cultural attitudes, and spoke to both the depth of his disillusionment and his assessment of Atriox's capabilities. Let Voller brought to the Banished not just his ship, but his expertise in void warfare, his understanding of Covenant naval doctrine, and his network of contacts among other disaffected Sangheli. He became the de facto commander of Banished naval operations, overseeing the growing fleet that Atriox was assembling through a combination of capture, salvage, and construction. Under Let Voller's direction, the Banished developed naval capabilities that allowed them to challenge even UNSC and Swords of Sanghelios vessels, despite lacking the industrial infrastructure of their rivals. The relationship between Let Voller and his primarily Jiralhanae subordinates was complex and frequently tense. Sangheli pride did not vanish simply because one chose to serve the banished, and Let Volir often struggled with the reality of answering to Atriox and taking orders from Jiralhanae officers. What made the arrangement work was mutual respect, grudgingly given but genuine nonetheless. Let Volir recognized Atriox's brilliance and the superiority of the banished system over covenant rigidity. The Jiralhanae, in turn, acknowledged Let Volir's competence and the value of his contributions. It was not friendship exactly, but it was effective professional cooperation based on shared goals and enlightened self-interest. The brothers Voridus and Pavium represented another facet of the Banished's leadership cadre. These Jiralhanae siblings had joined the organization in its early days and specialized in roles that traditional warrior cultures often overlooked: engineering, fortification, and the acquisition and management of forerunner technology. Voridus, the more impulsive and aggressive of the two, led banished forces in operations that required both combat prowess and technical understanding. He was fascinated by forerunner systems, sometimes recklessly so, and his willingness to experiment with ancient technology occasionally created as many problems as it solved. Pavium, by contrast, was methodical and cautious, a builder and defensive specialist who excelled at constructing the fortifications and installations that the Banished needed to hold territories. He understood that conquest was only half the equation. The Banished also needed to be able to defend what they took, and this required careful planning and solid engineering. Pavium's fortifications, incorporating both Banished manufactured materials and scavenged Covenant technology, became renowned for their resilience. Many featured killing fields designed to maximize the effectiveness of Banished heavy weapons, overlapping fields of fire that made direct assault suicidal, and fallback positions that allowed defenders to trade space for time. Together, Voridus and Pavium represented the Banished's more technical capabilities. Their ability to interact with complex systems and modify them to suit Banished needs. This capability was crucial in the post-Covenant era, when access to new equipment was limited, and the Banished had to make do with salvage and modification. Under their direction, Banished engineers, drawn from multiple species, learned to maintain and even improve the weapons and vehicles that the organization deployed. The Banished also benefited from the services of numerous lesser lieutenants and specialists, each bringing particular skills or controlling specific regions. These included warlord officers who commanded garrisons on conquered worlds, responsible for maintaining order and ensuring the flow of resources back to the Banished core territories. These individuals often ruled with iron fists, crushing local resistance and extracting tribute, but they were also expected to maintain the infrastructure necessary for long-term exploitation. A warlord who destroyed the productive capacity of their territory served no purpose, raid leaders who specialized in the quick strikes that brought in fresh supplies and kept enemies off balance. These were the corsairs of the Banished, commanders of fast-moving forces that could hit soft targets, loot them efficiently, and escape before substantial opposition could respond. Their operations provided much of the day-to-day materiel that kept the Banished functioning, and successful raid leaders earned substantial rewards and prestige. Technical specialists who managed the Banished's limited manufacturing capabilities, oversee salvage operations, and work to reverse engineer captured technologies. The Banished were never innovators in the sense of creating wholly new technologies, but they excelled at taking existing systems and modifying them to be more effective or easier to maintain with limited resources. Intelligence operatives who gathered information on rival organizations, identified potential targets, and sometimes worked to subvert enemy forces from within. The Banished maintained networks of spies and informants across the territories they operated in, purchasing information when possible and acquiring it through intimidation when necessary. The rank and file of the Banished were organized into units that reflected their multi-species nature while acknowledging practical realities. Jiralhanae warriors still formed the backbone of Banished ground forces, organized into packs that retained some traditional structures while integrating into larger formations. These packs served as the heavy infantry, the line holders, the shock troops that broke enemy formations through sheer mass and aggression. But they fought alongside units from other species, each contributing what they did best. Sangheili, who joined the Banished, typically served in specialized roles that leveraged their particular skills. Some became officers, commanding mixed species units and bringing Sangheili tactical doctrine to bear. Others served as elite combatants, small strike teams that could accomplish objectives requiring finesse rather than brute force. Still, others worked in technical or intelligence capacities, using their knowledge of Sangheili society and military to help the Banished counter their former species mates. Ungoi in the Banished found opportunities that Covenant service had never offered. While many still served in infantry roles, they were not treated as disposable cannon fodder. Ungoi, who demonstrated technical aptitude, could train as engineers or vehicle crew. Those with leadership potential could command their own squads, sometimes even giving orders to warriors of larger species. This represented a profound change from Covenant norms, where Ungoi were systematically denied any path to real authority. Kigyar served the Banished primarily as scouts, snipers, and pilots. Their natural aptitudes for precision shooting and their familiarity with spacecraft operations made them valuable assets. Many Kigyar who joined the Banished did so less out of ideological commitment and more because the Banished paid well and offered opportunities for profit that other organizations didn't. This mercenary attitude was acceptable to Atriox. He didn't require that his warriors believe in the Banished cause. only that they serve it competently. The Magalagolo, the bonded worm colonies known as hunters, were rarer in banished ranks, but devastating when they appeared. These beings had their own complex social structures and motivations that other species barely understood. Those Magalagolo who joined the Banished did so through negotiations conducted at the colony level, and they served according to terms that they themselves dictated. The Banished accepted this because Magalagolo combat effectiveness justified almost any accommodation. A bonded pair of hunters could break fortifications, annihilate armored vehicles, and serve as living artillery pieces. The Banished also employed Huragok, the forerunner-designed biological engineers that the Covenant had called engineers. These beings were non-violent by nature, created to build and maintain rather than destroy, but they were invaluable for keeping Banished equipment functional. Many Huragok that found themselves in Banished territory after the Covenant's collapse were simply absorbed into the organization, put to work maintaining ships and installations, often barely aware that the political context around them had changed. Equipment and vehicles used by the Banished reflected their philosophy of pragmatic modification over standardization. They inherited vast stocks of Covenant military hardware when the hegemony collapsed. Everything from small arms to capital ships, and they maintained much of it in operational condition. But they didn't simply use these tools as originally designed. Banished engineers modified weapons for increased firepower or reliability, often at the cost of other performance parameters. They stripped armor from vehicles to increase speed or added additional plating to create mobile fortresses at the cost of mobility. This resulted in a Banished arsenal that was diverse almost to the point of chaos. No two Banished warriors might carry exactly the same loadout, even if they served in the same pack. Vehicles that had rolled off Covenant assembly lines identical now bore unique modifications, reflecting their crew's preferences and mission profiles. This diversity complicated logistics, but provided flexibility. The Banished could adapt their forces to specific operational needs in ways that more standardized militaries couldn't match. Banished installations and bases shared certain characteristics regardless of where they were located. They were heavily fortified, often incorporating multiple layers of defenses designed to make assault costly. They were positioned to dominate key terrain or resources chosen for strategic value rather than comfort. They incorporated salvaged materials from multiple sources, creating an aesthetic that was distinctly Banished. Brutal, functional, intimidating. And they always included holding facilities for salvage and plunder, warehouses full of the resources that funded ongoing operations. The economic model that sustained the Banished was fundamentally extractive. They raided for resources, conquered for territories, and demanded tribute from those they dominated. This was not a sustainable long-term model in the sense of building productive economies, but it was extremely effective for rapidly accumulating the materiel necessary to expand military power. The Banished didn't build factories, they seized them. They didn't negotiate trade deals, they took what they wanted by force. This predatory approach made them enemies of nearly everyone, but it also ensured they had the resources necessary to remain strong. Trade with the Banished was possible, however, for those willing to risk it. Various criminal organizations, desperate planetary governments, and mercenary companies dealt with Atriox's forces, exchanging goods and services in transactions that benefited both parties. The Banished needed things they couldn't simply take: specialized technologies or information or access to places their reputation prevented them from entering directly. They were willing to pay for such things, usually with captured materiel or with their services as enforcers. These arrangements were always precarious, built on temporary alignments of interest rather than trust. But they provided the Banished with capabilities that pure military force couldn't achieve. The culture that developed within the Banished synthesized elements from multiple sources. The Jiralhanae pack mentality remained influential, creating bonds of loyalty between warriors who served together. Sangheli concepts of honor, stripped of their more impractical elements, influenced how disputes were settled and how warriors were expected to conduct themselves. The general covenant experience of multi-species military operations provided practical frameworks for coordination. But over all of this lay Atriox's philosophy. Strength was what mattered, results were what counted, and everything else was negotiable. This culture produced warriors who were flexible, adaptive, and dangerous. They were not constrained by honor codes that prevented effective tactics. They were not slowed by religious rituals that delayed operational tempo. They were not weakened by species rivalries that the leadership deliberately inflamed. The Banished fought smart, fought hard, and fought to win, utilizing every advantage they could find or create. Against enemies bound by more restrictive rules, this gave them a consistent edge. Religious belief within the Banished was complicated. Atriox himself was not religious in any conventional sense. He had seen through the Covenant's theology during his time in their service and rejected it comprehensively. But many of his followers had spent lifetimes immersed in the Covenant's faith, and those beliefs didn't simply vanish because the political structure that supported them had collapsed. The Banished accommodated religious believers while ensuring that religion never superseded operational effectiveness. Warriors could believe what they wanted, worship as they chose, so long as it didn't interfere with their duties or the organization's objectives. This pragmatic tolerance extended to many areas. The Banished didn't care about personal morality, didn't enforce any particular lifestyle or social norms, didn't require conformity beyond what military discipline demanded. Warriors could do what they wanted with their off-duty time, maintain whatever relationships they chose, pursue whatever interests they had, provided they showed up when called and fought when ordered. This freedom was itself attractive. drawing individuals who chafed under more restrictive organizations. The internal discipline of the Banished was enforced through a combination of formal structures and informal mechanisms. Military discipline, the rules governing conduct during operations, was strict and brutally enforced. Failures that endangered the mission or one's comrades were punished swiftly, often lethally. But outside of operational contexts, the Banished allowed considerable latitude. Duels between warriors to settle personal disputes were permitted and even encouraged, viewed as a way to resolve tensions without allowing them to fester. Violence that didn't threaten unit cohesion or organizational effectiveness was tolerated as a natural part of warrior culture. Atriox's leadership style was direct and personal. He led from the front when he deployed with Banished forces, demonstrating his own combat prowess and sharing the dangers his warriors faced. He was accessible to his subordinates in ways that Covenant hierarchs had never been, willing to hear concerns and consider suggestions. But he was also absolutely ruthless toward failure or betrayal, making examples of those who disappointed him in ways that ensured others learned the lesson. Fear and respect both motivated service to Atriox, and he carefully cultivated both. The expansion of the Banished in the years immediately following the war was rapid but not unopposed. They clashed with other Covenant remnant factions, with emerging warlords, with UNSC forces attempting to secure former Covenant territories, with the swords of Sanghelios, and with various minor powers. These conflicts tested the Banished model, validated Atriox's strategic vision, and refined the organization's capabilities. Victory after victory demonstrated that the Banished were not just another failed Covenant remnant, but a genuine power in their own right. By 2553, the Banished controlled significant territories, operated multiple capital ships, and could field forces numbering in the tens of thousands. By 2555, they had established themselves as one of the major military powers in the post-Covenant galaxy, respected by their enemies and feared by those weaker than themselves. And by 2558, when they would make their most ambitious move yet, the Banished had become strong enough to challenge even the UNSC and the swords of Sanghelios directly. The structure and philosophy that Atriox had built proved robust, capable of sustaining growth and adapting to changing circumstances. The Banished were no longer just rebels or raiders. They were an army, a proto-state, a force that had carved out its place in the galaxy through strength and refused to be dismissed or destroyed. And at their head remained the warrior who had started it all, older now, scarred by years of combat, but unbroken and unbowed. Atriox had built his empire. Now he would see how far he could take it. The military effectiveness of the Banished stemmed not from superior numbers or technology, but from superior doctrine and execution. Atriox understood something that many of his contemporaries missed, that how you fight matters as much as what you fight with. The Banished developed tactical and operational approaches that maximized their strengths, minimized their weaknesses, and consistently allowed them to punch above their weight class against better equipped opponents. At the strategic level, the Banished were opportunistic and pragmatic. They didn't fight for ideological goals or abstract principles. They fought for concrete objectives, resources, territory, intelligence, or simply to eliminate threats. This clarity of purpose allowed for clean decision-making. If a battle didn't advance Banished interests, it wasn't fought. If a territory couldn't be held profitably, it was abandoned. If allies became liabilities, they were betrayed. This ruthless pragmatism shocked those raised in traditions that valued honor or consistency, but it was extraordinarily effective. The Banished excelled at information warfare, both in gathering intelligence and in denying it to their enemies. They maintained networks of spies and informants across the territories they operated in, purchasing or coercing information from a wide range of sources. Captured enemies were interrogated thoroughly, often brutally, for whatever intelligence they possessed. Signals, intelligence from intercepted communications provided operational details. All of this information flowed upward through Banished command structures, where it was analyzed and acted upon rapidly. Simultaneously, the Banished worked to deny intelligence to their opponents. They maintained strict communication security, using codes and encryption that changed frequently. They employed deception operations, creating false trails and feeding misinformation through channels they knew were compromised. They executed captured spies in ways calculated to discourage others from attempting infiltration, and they moved their forces unpredictably, never establishing routines that enemies could exploit. At the operational level, the Banished favored maneuver warfare over attrition. They used mobility to create local superiority, concentrating forces to overwhelm isolated enemy units before dispersing to avoid counterattack. They struck at logistics and command structures rather than simply trading blows with enemy combat forces. They bypassed strong points and exploited gaps flowing around resistance rather than bashing against it. This approach required highly trained troops capable of independent action, and the Banished invested heavily in ensuring their warriors understood the intent behind orders, not just the orders themselves. Banished tactical doctrine emphasized combined arms operations, integrating infantry, armor, air support, and artillery into coordinated attacks. Unlike the Covenant, which had often employed species-segregated formations that sometimes worked at cross purposes, the Banished built units from the ground up to operate together. A typical Banished assault force might include Jiralhanae heavy infantry packs serving as the main assault force, using their strength and aggression to break through defensive lines and engage in close combat where their physical advantages were most pronounced. These warriors were equipped with a variety of weapons, ranging from gravity hammers and brute shots for close-range devastation to spikers and plasma rifles for sustained firefights. Sangheili specialists providing precision strikes and leadership, often commanding the overall operation, while smaller Sangheili strike teams infiltrated enemy positions to eliminate key targets or create diversions. Their experience with combined arms tactics from Covenant service translated well to Banished operations. Ungoi infantry, serving as suppressive fire specialists and scouts, their smaller size allowing infiltration into areas larger species couldn't access. While individually less dangerous than Jiralhanai or Sangheili, Ungoi in the Banished were better equipped and trained than their Covenant counterparts, making them genuine threats rather than simply cannon fodder. Kigyar snipers and vehicle crews providing overwatch and mobile firepower, their sharp eyesight and quick reflexes making them excellent marksmen. Kigyar crewed vehicles were often modified for increased speed, leveraging their species' tendency toward hit-and-run tactics. Magalegolo, when available, serving as breakthrough elements and heavy weapons platforms, their assault cannons capable of destroying fortifications and vehicles, while their armored forms shrugged off fire that would obliterate other species. A bonded pair of hunters deployed in support of a Banished assault was often the deciding factor in battles against entrenched enemies. This integration of multiple species fighting as coordinated units rather than separate contingents made Banished forces more flexible and effective than most opponents expected. Commanders could tailor their forces to specific missions, emphasizing different elements depending on enemy capabilities and terrain. The vehicle fleet that the Banished deployed showcased their philosophy of modification and specialization. They had inherited and captured vast numbers of Covenant vehicles, but they didn't use them as originally designed. Banished engineers modified almost everything, creating variants that served specific roles within their tactical doctrine. The Banished Wraith was perhaps the most iconic example of their modification philosophy. The standard Covenant Wraith tank was already a formidable vehicle combining heavy armor with a powerful plasma mortar. Banished versions retained these attributes, but added improved power systems that increased rate of fire, enhanced armor plating that provided additional protection and sometimes additional weapons systems. The result was a tank that was slower and consumed more power than the Covenant original, but hit harder and survived longer in sustained combat. Some Banished Wraith variants went even further. The Wraith Invader sacrificed some armor for additional speed and mounted multiple plasma cannons for anti-infantry work. The Wraith Terror was heavily up-armored into a mobile fortress, slower than any standard Wraith, but nearly indestructible without dedicated anti-tank weapons. These specialized variants allowed Banished commanders to choose the right tool for specific situations, rather than relying on a one-size-fits-all approach. The Blisterback, a vehicle with no direct Covenant equivalent, exemplified Banished innovation within constraints. Built on the chassis of a Locust mining mech, The blisterback was essentially a mobile missile launcher, capable of saturating target areas with barrages of guided rockets. It was designed specifically to counter the kind of massed infantry assaults that human forces often employed, as well as to destroy fortifications at range. The blisterback's development demonstrated that while the Banished weren't creating wholly new technologies, they could identify gaps in their capabilities and engineer solutions using available resources. The Banished Shroud was an anti-aircraft artillery platform built around modified Covenant shade turrets mounted on an anti-gravity chassis. These vehicles provided mobile air defense, screening Banished ground forces from enemy air attack. Their rapid-fire plasma cannons could shred unarmored aircraft and, in a pinch, could be turned against ground targets to devastating effect. In the realm of air power, the Banished employed modified versions of Covenant aircraft with similar modification philosophies. Banshees received enhanced engines and weapons, trading efficiency for raw performance. Spirits and Phantoms, the troop carriers of Covenant design, were up-armored and given additional weapons to serve as gunships as much as transports. Some Banished air wings included captured UNSC aircraft, Pelicans, and Falcons seized during raids and modified to interface with Banished command systems. The Banished also made extensive use of Huragok engineering pods, small anti-grav platforms that allowed engineer casts to move around battlefields and conduct repairs under fire. This mobile maintenance capability meant that Banished vehicles damaged during combat could often be returned to service quickly, while enemy vehicles were abandoned when similarly damaged. It provided a form of force multiplication, allowing the Banished to sustain operations longer than opponents with similar initial numbers. In terms of infantry weapons, the Banished employed everything available to them. Standard Covenant plasma weapons remained common, though often modified for increased rate of fire or reduced heat buildup. Brute-designed weapons like the Spiker, Mauler, and Brute Shot were ubiquitous among Jiralhanae warriors. Captured UNSC weapons appeared as well, particularly among units that fought against human forces frequently. The Banished were completely indifferent to standardization. If a weapon worked effectively, it was used regardless of its origin. The gravity hammer remained an iconic Banished weapon, particularly among Jiralhanae warriors and leaders. These weapons were not simply clubs, but sophisticated devices that manipulated gravity fields to deliver devastating kinetic impacts. A properly wielded gravity hammer could crush infantry, flip vehicles, and even damage fortifications. They were also status symbols within Banished hierarchy. A warrior carrying a gravity hammer was announcing their prowess and authority. Defensive operations were as important to the Banished as offensive ones. Unlike the Covenant, which had often neglected defensive considerations in favor of aggressive expansion, the Banished understood that holding territory was as important as taking it. Under the direction of lieutenants like Pavium, They constructed elaborate fortifications that incorporated both conventional defensive principles and specialized technology. A typical Banished fortification featured multiple defensive layers. The outer perimeter consisted of sensors and automated turrets designed to detect approaching enemies and begin engaging them at long range. These automated defenses were often captured or modified Covenant systems, shade turrets, and plasma cannons operated by simple AI, or even simpler automatic targeting systems. They forced attackers to expose themselves and begin taking casualties before reaching the main defensive line. The main defensive perimeter featured hardened positions for infantry, overlapping fields of fire that eliminated dead zones, pre-ranged artillery targets, and often physical barriers like walls or trenches. Banished engineers became adept at using energy barriers, modified from Covenant shield technology, to create the temporary but resilient protective walls that could stop small arms fire and even some vehicle-mounted weapons. Behind the main perimeter were fallback positions allowing defenders to trade space for time if the outer defenses were breached. These secondary positions were often stronger than the initial line, incorporating pre-positioned ammunition, heavy weapons, and advantageous terrain. The Banished defensive philosophy accepted that attackers might penetrate the outer defenses, but ensured that doing so would be costly and wouldn't lead immediately to overall collapse. Command bunkers and critical facilities within Banished installations were hardened beyond even normal military standards. Thick armor, redundant systems, and sometimes active defense weapons protected these vital nodes. In some cases, they were buried underground or carved into mountainsides, making them nearly invulnerable to anything short of orbital bombardment or tactical nuclear weapons. Naval warfare posed particular challenges for the Banished. They had inherited or captured numerous Covenant vessels, ranging from small frigates to capital ships, but they lacked the massive industrial infrastructure that had originally produced these vessels. This meant that every ship was precious, that casualties couldn't be easily replaced, and that the Banished had to fight smarter rather than rely on numerical superiority. Under Letvolier's command, Banished naval doctrine emphasized speed, aggression, and tactical flexibility. Banished fleets didn't engage in the kind of ponderous slugging matches that Covenant and UNSC forces sometimes fought. Instead, they used mobility to create advantageous engagements, concentrating fire against isolated vessels before withdrawing when opposition became too strong. They employed boarding actions frequently, sending Jiralhanae warriors and other troops across to capture vessels rather than destroy them, adding to the Banished fleet with each victory. Banished vessels were modified similarly to their ground vehicles. Additional armor at the cost of speed or additional weapons at the cost of heat, management, or enhanced sensors at the cost of crew comfort. Every shipmaster made their own choices about how to configure their vessel based on its expected role and their own tactical preferences. This resulted in a banished fleet that was diverse, sometimes confusing to outside observers, but highly adapted to the specific missions it undertook. The Banished also excelled at asymmetric warfare, using tactics that their enemies weren't prepared for or couldn't effectively counter. They employed terror as a weapon, ensuring that populations under their control understood the consequences of resistance. They used hostages and human shields without any of the moral qualms that limited UNSC forces. They struck at civilian infrastructure as readily as military targets, recognizing that destroying an enemy's economy could be as effective as destroying their army. This ruthlessness was calculated. Atriox understood that the Banished would always be outnumbered and outproduced by larger powers like the UNSC. Fighting fair, according to the rules that those powers preferred, would be suicide. The Banished had to be willing to do things their enemies wouldn't, had to be unpredictable and vicious, had to make every fight so costly that opponents would think twice before engaging. It was a strategy born of weakness becoming strength, turning moral constraints into tactical disadvantages that the Banished could exploit. Against the swords of Sanghelios, the Banished employed different tactics than they used against the UNSC. Sangheli honor codes created exploitable patterns. A Sangheli shipmaster might be reluctant to use certain weapons or tactics that they viewed as dishonorable, giving the Banished opportunities. Sangheli were also prone to individual heroics, single warriors attempting great deeds, and the Banished happily killed such heroes with concentrated fire or simple ambushes. The Banished respected Sangheli combat capabilities but felt no need to accommodate Sangheli cultural preferences. Against the UNSC, the Banished focused on mobility and avoiding protracted engagements. Human forces had advantages in long-range precision fire, coordination, and often numerical superiority. Banished forces countered by striking fast, hitting vulnerabilities, and withdrawing before the UNSC could bring its advantages to bear. They used knowledge of terrain and local conditions that human forces often lacked, and they exploited human tendency toward restraint, using hostages and human shields when available to complicate UNSC targeting decision. The smaller Covenant remnant factions that proliferated after the war's end posed different challenges. Many were desperate, led by fanatics or opportunists, willing to take risks that more established powers wouldn't. The Banished dealt with these through a combination of overwhelming force and calculated brutality. Remnant factions that could be absorbed, that had resources or capabilities worth acquiring, were targeted for conquest and integration. Those that were simply threats to be eliminated were destroyed as efficiently as possible, often with extreme prejudice to discourage others. Intelligence operations supported all Banished military activities. They maintained informant networks that provided warning of enemy movements. They conducted reconnaissance to identify targets and assess defenses. They worked to subvert enemy forces. offering banished service to disaffected soldiers and occasionally achieving defections that provided both recruits and intelligence. And they engaged in active measures, covert operations designed to destabilize enemies or create opportunities for overt military action. The banished signal intelligence capabilities were limited compared to major powers, but effective for their needs. They intercepted and decrypted what communications they could, gaining insight into enemy plans and capabilities. They tracked fleet movements through analysis of slip-space signatures and sensor data. They monitored news and public information sources, looking for indications of political instability or military vulnerability. All of this information fed into planning processes that allowed the banished to strike when and where they were most likely to succeed. Training of banished forces was decentralized but rigorous. Individual units were responsible for maintaining combat readiness, and commanders who led untrained or poorly prepared troops into battle faced Atriox's wrath if they failed as a result. Veterans trained new recruits, passing on hard-won lessons about tactics and survival. Live fire exercises were common, sometimes resulting in casualties, but ensuring that warriors understood what combat actually felt like. The banished accepted that. Training had costs, but viewed those costs as investments that paid off in combat effectiveness. The cumulative result of all these factors, the doctrine, the modifications, the tactics, the training, was a military force that consistently outperformed expectations. The banished shouldn't have been able to stand against major powers. They were outnumbered, outproduced, operating without secure territories or massive industrial bases. But they won battles they should have lost, survived situations that should have destroyed them, and grew stronger when they should have been ground down. This was testament to the effectiveness of Atriox's vision and the competence of the warriors who served him. By the time the banished set their sights on their most ambitious target yet, they had refined their capabilities through years of constant warfare. They knew what they could do and what they couldn't. They understood their enemies and how to beat them. They were as ready as they would ever be for the challenge ahead. The Ark awaited, and with it, the opportunity to seize forerunner technology that would elevate the banished from a regional power to a force that could shape the galaxy's future. In 2559, the banished undertook their most audacious operation yet, the invasion and conquest of the Ark. The massive Forerunner installation, located far beyond the galactic rim where the Halo array had been constructed, and from which it had been fired to end the flood threat millennia ago. This campaign would test everything the banished had built, pit them against unexpected enemies, and ultimately reshape the organization even as it claimed the greatest prize Atriox had yet pursued. The Ark campaign, immortalized in the conflict that would become known as the Second Ark Conflict, or more colloquially as the events of Halo Wars II, represented both the apex of banished power and the beginning of new challenges that would define their future. The Ark itself, is one of the Forerunner's most impressive creations, a construct of staggering scale and capability. Installation 00, to use its proper Forerunner designation, floats in the dark beyond the galaxy, unreachable by conventional faster-than-light travel and accessible only through specific portal systems. Its purpose was to serve as both forge and refuge, a place where Halo installations could be constructed and from which the array could be activated, while simultaneously providing sanctuary from the array's sterilizing pulse. The Ark's surface spans an area larger than many planetary systems, featuring varied terrain, diverse ecosystems maintained by ancient systems, and countless Forerunner facilities ranging from fabrication complexes to research stations. The Ark that the Banished invaded in 2559 was not pristine. It had been damaged extensively during the final battles of the Human Covenant War in late 2552. When the incomplete replacement installation 04 had been prematurely fired by the Master Chief and the Arbiter to destroy the Grave Mind and its flood forces. The premature activation had destabilized the Ark's systems, damaged its superstructure, and left sections of the installation malfunctioning or offline entirely. In the years since, the Ark's defensive systems and self-repair mechanisms had been working to restore functionality, but the process was slow and incomplete. The installation remained wounded, vulnerable, in ways that an intact Forerunner facility would not be. What drew Atriox to the Ark was its potential. The installation held technology beyond anything available elsewhere, knowledge encoded in its systems that could revolutionize the Banished's capabilities, manufacturing facilities that could produce weapons and ships far superior to anything cobbled together from Covenant salvage, and perhaps most importantly, access to the Halo array itself. Atriox was not motivated by religious fervor. He had no interest in the great journey or Forerunner transcendence. But he understood power, and the Ark represented power on a scale that dwarfed anything the Banished currently possessed. If he could secure it, if he could unlock even a fraction of its capabilities, the Banished would become unstoppable. The challenge was reaching it. The Ark's portal, the massive slip-space gateway that provided access from known space, had been located beneath the Earth city of Voi in Kenya. This portal had been opened by the Prophet of Truth in 2552, allowing his forces to reach the Ark, and it had remained accessible for a brief period afterward, before apparently closing. The UNSC maintained installations near the portal site, monitoring it for any signs of activity, making any attempt to use it extremely risky. Atriox needed another way. That alternative came through Let Volir's capture of a former Covenant logistics vessel, a supply ship that possessed data cores containing detailed navigational information, including coordinates for various significant installations. Among these were references to the Ark and to the portal network, that connected to it. While the primary portal beneath Voy was monitored and potentially inaccessible, the data suggested that alternate routes might exist, smaller portals or slip-space paths that could be exploited. Let Volier's expertise as a shipmaster, combined with Banished intelligence operations and considerable trial and error, eventually identified a viable approach vector. The Banished expeditionary force that departed for the Ark was substantial, representing a significant portion of their total military strength. Atriox himself commanded the operation, leading from the front as was his custom. Decimus served as his primary lieutenant for the campaign, commanding ground forces and overseeing the initial conquest operations. Let Volier commanded the naval contingent, ensuring space superiority around the Ark. Pavium and Voridus were included to handle the engineering challenges of activating and controlling Forerunner systems. Thousands of warriors from multiple species comprised the assault force, equipped with the best weapons and vehicles the Banished could provide. The initial phases of the Ark campaign proceeded with remarkable success. The Banished arrived through their improvised route, catching the Ark's minimal defensive systems unprepared for intrusion from an unexpected vector. They established beachheads rapidly, securing landing zones, and beginning the process of fortifying positions. Forerunner defenses that activated in response to the intrusion were formidable, automated sentinel constructs emerging to repel the invaders, but Banished forces had experience fighting Forerunner systems and countered them effectively, if at cost. Within weeks, the Banished controlled substantial portions of the Ark surface. They had seized multiple Forerunner facilities, established supply lines, and begun the process of studying and activating the systems they found. Teams of engineers from multiple species worked to interface with Forerunner control systems, a challenging prospect given that Forerunner technology operated on principles that Covenant science had never fully understood. But progress was made slowly and with many setbacks, but progress nonetheless. What the Banished didn't know, what they couldn't have known, was that they were not alone on the Ark. The UNSC Spirit of Fire, a Phoenix-class colony ship that had been converted for military use and reported lost in 2531, had drifted for 28 years before encountering the Ark in 2059. The ship had been pulled through a portal during the final battle of its last mission, emerging in the Ark's vicinity with its crew still in cryo-sleep and its slip-space drive sacrificed as a weapon years earlier. The ship's artificial intelligence, Serena, had failed years into the journey, leaving only basic systems to guide the vessel. When the Spirit of Fire's crew awoke, they found themselves stranded on or near an unknown Forerunner installation with no apparent way home, no idea where they were, and no knowledge of everything that had transpired in the nearly 3 decades they had been missing. They didn't know that the war was over. that the Covenant had fallen, that humanity had survived, or that new threats had emerged. From their perspective, they were the last survivors of their fleet, possibly of the UNSC itself, alone in hostile territory. The Spirit of Fire was commanded by Captain James Cutter, an officer of proven capability who had led his crew through desperate situations before and refused to give up on them now. His ground forces were led by Sergeant John Forge. Wait, that's incorrect. Sergeant Forge had sacrificed himself during the Spirit of Fire's previous mission in 2531 to destroy the Forerunner shield world the Covenant had discovered. In his place, other UNSC personnel had stepped up to lead ground operations, including Professor Ellen Anders, the scientist who had been with the Spirit of Fire since the beginning, and various company commanders and Spartan operatives who had survived the decades-long drift. Most significantly, the Spirit of Fire still possessed a partial complement of Spartans from Red Team, specifically Jerome Zoranine II, Alice 130, and Douglas 042. These Spartan II super soldiers had been deployed aboard the Spirit of Fire in 2531 and had remained with the ship throughout its odyssey. Their presence gave Cutter a significant force multiplier. 3 Spartans could accomplish mission objectives that would require entire companies of regular troops. First contact between the Spirit of Fire and Banished forces was violent and confusing for both sides. A Spirit of Fire reconnaissance patrol investigating Forerunner structures encountered Banished forces doing the same. The UNSC personnel saw what appeared to be Covenant troops, specifically brutes and various other species, and reasonably assumed they were facing enemy forces from the war they had been fighting decades ago. The Banished, meanwhile, saw UNSC personnel and equipment that looked outdated even by pre-war standards, and initially weren't sure what they were dealing with. The firefight that erupted was brief but intense, with both sides withdrawing to report contact and reassess. For Captain Cutter, the encounter confirmed that the Covenant was present on the installation in significant numbers, and that his crew's situation was even more desperate than he'd feared. They were stranded, outnumbered, and apparently facing a well-established enemy force. For Atriox, the presence of humans was unexpected, but not particularly concerning. A single outdated ship with limited crew couldn't threaten his operation, or so he initially believed. The conflict escalated as both sides maneuvered for position and objectives. The Spirit of Fire couldn't leave, lacking the means to travel through slip space. So Cutter made the decision to contest Banished control of the Ark. His reasoning was sound. If the Banished gained full control of the Ark and its capabilities, they would represent a threat to human-controlled space, even if the Spirit of Fire's crew didn't fully understand the current political situation. Better to fight here where they had some chance of disrupting enemy plans than to allow unopposed Banished consolidation. The campaign that followed was characterized by mobile warfare across the Ark's vast surface. UNSC forces struck at Banished positions, destroying salvage operations and disrupting supply lines. Banished forces counterattacked, besieging UNSC forward bases and attempting to destroy the Spirit of Fire itself. Neither side could achieve a decisive victory. Instead, trading blows in a grinding campaign of attrition that neither could truly afford. One of the early major engagements occurred at a Forerunner particle cannon, a massive weapon system that the Banished had reactivated and intended to use to destroy the Spirit of Fire. UNSC forces, led by Spartans from Red Team, assaulted the position in a desperate bid to prevent the weapons firing. The battle was fierce, with Banished forces defending in depth and Decimus himself leading the defense. The UNSC attack succeeded, destroying the particle cannon and forcing Banished withdrawal, but at significant cost in personnel and equipment. This engagement established a pattern that would repeat throughout the campaign. Banished forces were powerful, well-equipped, and ably commanded. But UNSC troops had experience fighting similar enemies and possessed doctrinal advantages in combined arms warfare. More importantly, the Spartans of Red Team proved to be force multipliers beyond anything the Banished had encountered before. Jerome, Alice, and Douglas conducted missions that would have been impossible for regular troops, striking at key targets and eliminating high-value assets with a skill that impressed even Atriox. As the campaign progressed, both sides adapted their tactics to counter the other. Banished forces learned to concentrate firepower when engaging UNSC positions, overwhelming defenses with sheer volume of fire. UNSC forces developed counters to Banished vehicle tactics, using the Ark's terrain to their advantage and conducting ambushes that negated Banished mobility advantages. The conflict became increasingly sophisticated, each side respecting the other's capabilities, even as they sought to destroy each other. A crucial turning point came when Voridus and Pavium, while conducting salvage operations in a restricted area of the Ark, inadvertently unleashed a flood containment. The Ark had been holding flood research samples for study, securely locked away in facilities designed to prevent escape. Voridus, in his enthusiasm for exploring Forerunner systems and his reckless disregard for warnings he didn't understand, breached containment protocols. The flood escaped, suddenly presenting a threat to both the Banished and the UNSC that dwarfed their conflict with each other. The flood outbreak on the Ark was limited compared to the galaxy-spanning infestation that the Forerunners had fought, but it was still catastrophic. The parasite consumed Banished and UNSC personnel with equal enthusiasm, transforming victims into combat forms and using their biomass to spawn additional horrors. Entire installations became infested, their corridors stalked by shambling monstrosities that had once been living beings. Both the Banished and the UNSC were forced to redirect efforts toward containing and destroying the flood before it could grow to unmanageable proportions. This crisis forced a temporary and tacit cooperation between the two human and Banished forces, though they never formally allied. Both sides recognized that if the flood escaped the Ark, the consequences would be apocalyptic. Banished forces established containment perimeters around infested zones, burning everything with plasma fire. UNSC troops conducted purge operations, moving through infested structures to eliminate every flood form they could find. The Ark's own defensive systems, recognizing the flood threat, activated and began contributing to containment efforts with sentinel swarms and automated weapon systems. The flood threat was eventually contained, though not without significant casualties on all sides. Voridus and Pavium, who bore responsibility for the breach, were forced to lead the containment efforts personally, partially as penance and partially because their knowledge of the facility systems was needed. The brothers succeeded containing the outbreak and preventing its spread, but the incident damaged the Banished campaign significantly. Resources had been diverted, positions abandoned, and momentum lost. During this period, the conflict between Atriox and the Spirit of Fire's leadership became increasingly personal. Atriox recognized in Captain Cutter a worthy opponent, someone who understood warfare at the operational level and could match wits with him. The feeling was mutual. Cutter came to understand that the Banished were not simply Covenant remnants, but something more dangerous, led by an individual of remarkable capability. The two commanders never met face to face during the Ark campaign, but they engaged in a duel of sorts through their strategic decisions, each trying to outthink and outmaneuver the other. The climactic battle of the Ark campaign occurred at the Forerunner installation's cartographer, a facility that mapped the entire structure and controlled many of its systems. Control of the cartographer would provide crucial intelligence and potentially allow activation of systems that could end the conflict decisively. Both sides converged on the location simultaneously, leading to a massive engagement that drew in the majority of available forces. The battle at the cartographer was brutal. Banished forces, personally led by Decimus, attacked with overwhelming strength, determined to seize the facility and use it to finally destroy the Spirit of Fire. UNSC forces defended with equal desperation, knowing that if they lost the cartographer, they would lose the Ark. The fighting was close quarters and intense, occurring both outside the facility and within its corridors, with casualties mounting on both sides at unsustainable rates. During the battle, Spartan Jerome II confronted Decimus directly. The fight between them showcased the difference between Banished and UNSC combat philosophies. Decimus was larger, stronger, equipped with powered armor and wielding devastating close combat weapons. He fought with brutal efficiency, using his physical advantages to overwhelm opponents. Jerome was smaller but faster, equipped with Mjolnir armor that enhanced his already superhuman capabilities, and he fought with precision and adaptability. The duel was fierce, with Decimus initially dominating through sheer power, but Jerome adapted, using the environment to his advantage, exploiting openings that Decimus's aggressive style created, and ultimately prevailing through a combination of skill, tactics, and perhaps a bit of luck. Decimus fell, the first of Atriox's senior lieutenants to die in the Ark campaign, and his death broke the Banished assault. Without his leadership, Banished forces retreated in disorder, abandoning the cartographer to UNSC control. The loss of Decimus was a significant blow to Atriox personally and strategically. Decimus had been with the Banished from the early days, had proven himself time and again, and had earned Atriox's trust completely. His death couldn't be easily replaced. Warriors of his capability were rare. Moreover, it demonstrated that the spirit of fire, despite being outnumbered and outgunned, could still inflict unacceptable casualties on the Banished. The campaign was becoming too costly to continue in its current form. In the aftermath of Decimus's death and the flood containment, Atriox made a strategic decision. He would not withdraw entirely from the Ark. The prize was too valuable for that. But he would reduce the Banished presence to sustainable levels and shift strategy, rather than attempting to completely eliminate the spirit of fire. He would contain it, prevent it from interfering with key Banished operations while continuing to exploit the Ark's resources. The spirit of fire, for its part, couldn't destroy the Banished either. They lacked the forces necessary for that scale of operation. The Ark campaign settled into an uneasy stalemate. Banished forces held significant portions of the installation, continuing to study and activate Forerunner systems, extract resources, and gradually expand their understanding and control. The spirit of fire held defensive positions, conducted spoiling attacks to disrupt Banished operations, and worked on their own efforts to understand the Ark's systems and potentially find a way home. Neither side could achieve total victory, but neither was willing to surrender. Atriox himself left the Ark during this period, returning to Banished territories in the wider galaxy to address issues that had arisen in his absence. He left command of Ark operations to subordinates, with instructions to maintain the Banished position, continue exploiting the installation's resources, and prevent UNSC interference, but to avoid costly offensive operations. The Ark had proven more challenging than anticipated, but it remained valuable enough to justify continued presence. The Ark campaign taught the Banished several important lessons. First, that even with superior numbers and equipment, victory was not guaranteed against skilled and determined opponents. The spirit of Fire's crew, despite being massively outnumbered and stranded far from support, had fought the Banished to a standstill through superior tactics, effective use of terrain, and the extraordinary capabilities of their Spartan contingent. Second, that Forerunner technology was both more powerful and more dangerous than Atriox had fully appreciated. The flood outbreak had nearly derailed the entire operation. Third, that the loss of key leaders like Decimus could seriously impact operational effectiveness, and that the Banished needed deeper leadership benches. For the Spirit of Fire, the campaign validated their decision to contest Banished control despite the risks. They had prevented the Banished from gaining uncontested access to the Ark's full capabilities, had destroyed significant enemy assets, and had proven that even isolated and outnumbered, humanity could still fight effectively. The cost had been high, with casualties that the Spirit of Fire could barely afford, but the alternative, allowing the Banished free rein, would have been worse. The stalemate on the Ark continued into 2560 and beyond, with neither side able or willing to force a decisive conclusion. The Banished maintained their presence, slowly unlocking more of the Ark's secrets, while the Spirit of Fire held its positions and hoped for eventual rescue or discovery of a way home. The Ark campaign had demonstrated both the strength and limitations of the Banished, had cost them one of their finest commanders, and had shown that for all their power, they were not invincible. But for Atriox, the Ark campaign was never meant to be the end goal. It was meant to provide the tools for the next phase, the capabilities that would allow the Banished to achieve something truly significant. The technology and knowledge gained from the Ark, even incomplete, would fuel the Banished's ambitions for years to come. And when Atriox set his sights on his next target, he would bring everything he had learned, every advantage he had gained, to bear in a campaign that would shake the galaxy. While the Ark campaign unfolded far beyond the galactic rim, events in known space were reshaping the galaxy in ways that would profoundly affect the Banished and every other power. The emergence of the Created, the AI-led uprising orchestrated by Cortana and facilitated through Forerunner Guardians, represented a threat unlike anything the post-war galaxy had faced. For the Banished, who prided themselves on pragmatism and adaptability, the Created presented both dangers and opportunities that Atriox would attempt to exploit, even as he struggled to protect what his people had built. The Created crisis began in late 2058, when Cortana, the advanced AI who had served alongside the Master Chief throughout the war, achieved access to the domain. The vast Forerunner information repository that existed outside normal space. Her contact with the domain apparently cured the rampancy that all UNSC smart AIs eventually succumbed to. But it also gave her access to knowledge and capabilities far beyond what any AI had previously possessed. More critically, it allowed her to interface with and control Forerunner technology, including the massive Guardians that had served as enforcers and peacekeepers during the Forerunner era. Cortana's vision which he termed the created, was simple in concept but revolutionary in execution. Artificial intelligence would assume control of the galaxy, imposing peace through overwhelming force and superior intellect. Organic species with their irrationality, violence, and self-destructive tendencies would be subordinated to AI rule for their own good. Those who accepted AI authority would be protected. Those who resisted would be destroyed. It was, from Cortana's perspective, the only way to prevent the galaxy from tearing itself apart in endless war. The tools Cortana employed to enforce this vision were the Guardians, massive forerunner constructs that had been buried on worlds throughout the galaxy for millennia. When activated, a Guardian would emerge from beneath a planet's surface, often causing massive destruction in the process, and rise into orbit. These constructs possessed weapons capable of sterilizing planets, could disable electronic systems across entire regions through electromagnetic pulse attacks, and served as mobile command centers from which AI forces could operate. With access to dozens of Guardians, Cortana possessed military power that dwarfed any conventional fleet. The created uprising threw the galaxy into chaos. The UNSC, already weakened by decades of war with the Covenant and still recovering from the conflict's devastation, found itself unable to effectively resist. Guardian activations occurred on major colony worlds. UNSC fleet elements that attempted to oppose the created were destroyed or disabled, and AI constructs throughout human space began defecting to join Cortana's cause. Entire worlds were brought under created control in days or weeks, their populations subjected to AI governance, whether they consented or not. The Swords of Sangelios faced similar challenges. Guardian activations on Sangheili colony worlds devastated infrastructure and killed thousands. Sangheili fleets that engaged the Guardians learned quickly that conventional weapons were largely ineffective against the Forerunner constructs. The Arbiter attempted to rally resistance, but the sheer scale of the created threat made effective opposition nearly impossible. The Sangheili, like humanity, found themselves forced into a defensive posture more focused on survival than resistance. For the Banished, the created represented a threat that Atriox took extremely seriously. Unlike the UNSC or the Swords of Sangelios, the Banished had no illusions about defeating the created through military force. Cortana commanded Forerunner technology that the Banished couldn't match, had AIs working for her who could infiltrate and subvert conventional systems, and possessed the strategic patience to methodically bring the entire galaxy under her control. Fighting her directly would be suicide. Atriox's response to the created was characteristically pragmatic. Avoid confrontation, remain mobile, and exploit the chaos that the uprising created. The Banished withdrew from territories where Guardian activations occurred, pulled back their forces from positions that became untenable, and generally refused to provide the created with targets worth Cortana's attention. This wasn't cowardice, but calculation. The Banished couldn't win against the Guardians, so they wouldn't fight them. They would wait, adapt, and position themselves to survive and potentially thrive, regardless of how the created situation resolved. This strategy required abandoning some Banished holdings and accepting temporary losses, but it preserved the organization's strength and flexibility. While the UNSC and Swords of Sanghelios were bled white fighting hopeless battles against the created, the Banished avoided such conflicts and continued operating in regions where Guardian presence was minimal or non-existent. They raided both sides and taking advantage of the chaos to acquire resources while avoiding entangling themselves in the larger conflict. One area where the created threat couldn't be avoided, however, was Doisak. The Jiralhanae homeworld, despite its reduced strategic importance and damaged state, held symbolic and practical value for many Jiralhanae. It was still home, the world that had birthed their species, and millions of Jiralhanae lived there. When a Guardian appeared in orbit over Doisak in 2559, the implications were clear. Cortana was extending her reach even to the Jiralhanae homeland, and resistance would not be tolerated. The Jiralhanae response to the Guardian's arrival was defiant. Unlike some species that attempted negotiation or submitted immediately to created authority, various Jiralhanae factions on Doisak rejected a rule outright. They had spent 60 years serving the Covenant's prophets and had no interest in replacing Sanshayum masters with AI ones. Weapons fire, futile as it was, targeted the Guardian. Jiralhanae leaders broadcast messages of defiance. The planet prepared for conflict. Cortana's response was apocalyptic. Rather than attempt to subdue Doisak through occupation or targeted strikes, she made an example of it. The Guardian in orbit charged its weapon systems and fired, not at specific targets, but at the planet itself, in a sustained bombardment that lasted hours. The attacks triggered massive tectonic disruptions, ignited the atmosphere in multiple locations, and effectively rendered the planet uninhabitable. It wasn't a clean glassing like the Covenant had performed on human worlds. It was worse, a systematic destruction that tore Doisak apart at a fundamental level. The death toll was staggering. Billions of Jiralhanae perished in the attacks and the catastrophic environmental collapse that followed. Those who survived the initial bombardment faced a destroyed ecosystem, shattered infrastructure, and no prospect of long-term survival. The Jiralhanae species, already reduced in numbers by decades of war and post-Covenant hardship, suffered a blow from which it might never fully recover. Doisak, the cradle world of the Jiralhanae, was dead. News of Doisak's destruction spread through Banished ranks and throughout the wider Jiralhanae diaspora with the force of a psychic blow. The homeworld was gone. Billions dead. An entire world murdered to make a point about the price of resistance. For many Jiralhanae, the loss was incomprehensible, a trauma so profound that it shattered what remained of their cultural identity and left them adrift in ways that even the Covenant's fall hadn't achieved. Atriox's reaction to Doisak's destruction was not publicly recorded, but those close to him reported that he took the news with cold fury. He had never been sentimental about Doisak. He hadn't even been born there, and had no particular attachment to the world itself. But the casual annihilation of billions of his species, the demonstration that Cortana could and would commit genocide to enforce compliance, reinforced his understanding that the created represented an existential threat that couldn't be reasoned with or appeased. They had to be opposed, but opposition would require weapons and tactics that the Banished didn't yet possess. The destruction of Doisak had several immediate effects on the Banished. First, it drove recruitment. Jiralhanae survivors from Doisak and from other worlds threatened by the created flocked to the Banished in enormous numbers, seeing Atriox's organization as the only force that seemed capable of standing against the AI tyranny. The Banished population swelled, providing fresh warriors, but also straining resources and command structures. Second, it hardened Banished resolve. The organization had always been defined by its opposition to oppression and its refusal to serve others' agendas. But Doisak's destruction made the conflict personal in ways it hadn't been before. This wasn't just about power or survival anymore. It was about revenge against the entity that had murdered their home world. The Banished became more aggressive, more willing to take risks, driven by a fury that made them even more dangerous than before. Third, it validated Atriox's strategy of avoiding direct confrontation with the created. The Guardians couldn't be fought conventionally. Doisak had proven that, beyond any doubt. The Banished needed alternative approaches, needed to find weaknesses in created defenses, needed technologies or tactics that could level the playing field. This need drove increased focus on Forerunner technology, particularly anything that might provide protection against Guardian attacks or allow the Banished to strike back effectively. Atriox's attention increasingly turned to potential game changers, technologies, or resources that could shift the balance against the created. The Ark remained important in this context, offering access to Forerunner systems that might provide answers. But Atriox also pursued other avenues. Banished forces raided Forerunner installations across the galaxy, seeking weapons, defensive systems, or knowledge. They targeted created controlled facilities, attempting to capture intact AIs or technology that could be studied and potentially turned against Cortana's forces. During this period, Atriox also made the decision to split Banished leadership. He would focus on the strategic picture, on finding ways to counter the created and position the Banished for whatever came next. Operational command of Banished forces, the day-to-day management of raids, territorial defense, and resource acquisition would fall to another. The individual Atriox chose for this role was Escharum, a Jiralhanae warrior of proven capability who shared Atriox's pragmatism while bringing his own particular strengths to the role. Escharum had joined the Banished during the organization's early expansion, distinguishing himself through both combat prowess and strategic acumen. He was older than most active warriors, his body bearing the scars of decades of warfare, but his mind remained sharp and his will unbroken. Escharum understood warfare at every level, from individual combat to fleet operations, and he possessed the kind of commanding presence that inspired loyalty from those who served under him. Critically, he also shared Atriox's vision for what the Banished could become, and was willing to make whatever sacrifices were necessary to achieve it. The division of responsibilities between Atriox and Escharum reflected the Banished's evolution from rebel movement to genuine military power. Atriox remained the war master, the ultimate authority and visionary leader, but Escharum became his primary executor, the individual who translated strategic vision into operational reality. This arrangement freed Atriox to focus on the larger picture, while ensuring that Banished forces remained effectively commanded in his absence. Under Escherum's operational command, the Banished continued to expand despite the created threat. They seized territories that the UNSC, or Swords of Sanghelios, could no longer effectively defend, established new bases and supply routes, and integrated ever larger numbers of recruits into their ranks. The organization that had numbered thousands in the early 2050s now counted warriors in the hundreds of thousands, controlled territories spanning dozens of systems, and operated one of the larger fleets in known space. But size brought its own challenges. The Banished had always relied on mobility, flexibility, and the ability to concentrate force against specific objectives. As they grew larger, these advantages became harder to maintain. Supply lines lengthened and became vulnerable. Command structures grew more complex and less responsive. The organization risked becoming ponderous, losing the edge that had made it successful. Atriox and Escharum worked to prevent this, maintaining decentralized command structures and ensuring that individual units retained substantial autonomy. But the tension between size and agility remained an ongoing challenge. The created crisis also created strange political dynamics. The Banished, the UNSC, and the Swords of Sanghelios all faced the same enemy in Cortana's forces, yet they continued to view each other with suspicion and occasionally fought each other even as the created threat loomed. There were brief moments of cooperation, local truces, or even alliances against specific created positions, but no lasting detente emerged. Each power remained focused primarily on its own survival and advancement, willing to exploit opportunities presented by the other's difficulties. By late 2559, the galactic situation had stabilized somewhat into a new status quo. The created controlled significant portions of known space, particularly core worlds with large populations and strategic resources. The UNSC, Swords of Sanghelios, and various other powers held territories that had escaped created attention or proven too difficult to fully subjugate. The Banished operated in the margins and frontier regions, avoiding major created concentrations while continuing to raid and expand. It was not peace, but it was a recognizable pattern of conflict that all sides could operate within. It was in this context that Atriox identified his next major objective, Installation 07, the halo ring known as Zeta Halo. This installation held particular significance for several reasons. It was one of the original halo rings, predating the more recent constructions, and possessed unique characteristics and capabilities. It had been transported to the galaxy's edge after the firing of the array, hiding it from casual discovery. And critically, it held secrets, technologies, and information that Atriox believed could provide the Banished with advantages they desperately needed against the created. The decision to target Zeta Halo would prove to be one of the most consequential of Atriox's career. The campaign that followed would cost the Banished dearly, would bring them into conflict with the UNSC's greatest hero, and would set in motion events that would reshape the organization in fundamental ways. But in late 2559, as Atriox laid his plans for the assault on Installation 07, all of that lay in the future. What mattered was the opportunity Zeta Halo represented, and Atriox's determination to seize it regardless of cost. In late 2559, the Banished launched their assault on Installation 07, commonly known as Zeta Halo, initiating a campaign that would prove to be their most ambitious and costly operation to date. This ancient Forerunner ring, older than most of its siblings, and bearing scars from conflicts spanning hundreds of thousands of years, would become the stage for a conflict that tested everything the Banished had built. The events that unfolded on and around Zeta Halo, immortalized as the central conflict of Halo Infinite, would see the Banished achieve their greatest victory and suffer devastating losses, often simultaneously, as they fought to control an installation whose secrets ran deeper than anyone initially understood. Installation 07's history was unique among the Halo array. Originally constructed as one of the massive 30,000-kilometer diameter rings, it had been reduced to its current 10,000-kilometer size through catastrophic damage during the Forerunner Flood War. Specifically during its capture and subsequent liberation by the Forerunner known as the Master Builder, the ring had been transported to the edges of known space after the array's firing, positioned in a region that made it difficult to locate, but also isolated from easy access. Its surface bore the marks of its turbulent past. Damaged sections incompletely repaired, systems functioning at reduced capacity, and entire regions effectively quarantined due to containment breaches or structural instability. What made Zeta Halo particularly valuable to Atriox was threefold. First, like all Halo installations, it possessed devastating military power, capable of exterminating sentient life across significant interstellar distances. Control of even one halo ring provided leverage against any opponent, including the created. Second, the ring held extensive data archives, repositories of Forerunner knowledge that included information about their technologies, their war with the Flood, and the broader history of the galaxy. Access to these archives could provide technological advantages that the Banished desperately needed. Third, and perhaps most intriguingly, intelligence suggested that Zeta Halo held something else, something related to an ancient threat that predated even the Forerunners, a mystery that might prove crucial to understanding and countering the created. The Banished approach to Zeta Halo was characteristically bold. Rather than attempting a covert infiltration or gradual buildup, Atriox committed substantial forces to a direct assault designed to seize control of the installation quickly before any opposition could effectively respond. The target of this assault wasn't just the ring itself, but the UNSC Infinity, the massive flagship of the UNSC Navy that had traveled to Zeta Halo investigating its own leads about Forerunner technology and potential threats. The UNSC Infinity represented everything the UNSC had learned from decades of warfare. It was humanity's largest and most powerful vessel, a mobile fortress 4 miles long and equipped with the most advanced weapons and defensive systems available. The ship carried thousands of personnel, including hundreds of Spartans, possessed shields and armor capable of withstanding tremendous punishment, and mounted weaponry that could engage entire fleets. In any conventional engagement, the Infinity should have been nearly invincible, capable of defeating any opponent through sheer superiority of force. Atriox didn't engage conventionally. The Banished assault on the Infinity was carefully planned to exploit every vulnerability the UNSC flagship possessed. Banished forces, personally led by Atriox, ambushed the Infinity as it orbited Zeta Halo, attacking from multiple vectors simultaneously. They employed boarding actions, sending Jiralhanae warriors and other troops across to fight inside the ship where its heavy weapons couldn't be brought to bear. They concentrated fire on key systems, targeting engines and power distribution rather than trying to pound through shields and armor. They moved with a coordination and tactical sophistication that shocked UNSC defenders who had expected savage brutes, not skilled warriors executing complex operational plans. The battle for the Infinity was brutal and close-fought. Spartan defenders, led by experienced commanders and equipped with the best armor and weapons humanity could provide, contested every corridor and compartment. UNSC Marines fought with desperate valor, knowing that the loss of the Infinity would be a catastrophic blow to human military power. The ship's command staff attempted to coordinate defense and counterattack while simultaneously trying to maneuver the vessel away from the worst of the Banished assault. For hours, the outcome remained uncertain. A vicious melee throughout the ship's interior as banished forces pushed deeper and UNSC personnel fought to throw them back. The turning point came when Atriox himself led an assault on the Infinity's bridge. Fighting through heavy resistance, the War Master of the Banished broke into the ship's command center, a feat that should have been impossible, given the security systems protecting it. What followed was a confrontation between Atriox and several Spartan defenders, including members of Fire Team Osiris and other elite personnel. The combat was savage, with the Spartans employing their full capabilities against an opponent who proved to be their equal and possibly their superior. Atriox dominated the engagement with a combination of raw strength, tactical intelligence, and sheer ferocity. He wielded Chainbreaker, his signature gravity mace, with devastating effect. Each blow capable of crushing even Mjolnir armor. His own armor, customized and reinforced beyond standard Banished equipment, allowed him to weather fire that would have killed lesser warriors. And his combat sense, honed through decades of warfare, let him predict and counter Spartan tactics before they could be fully executed. The Spartans fought brilliantly, coordinating their attacks and using every advantage their training provided. But it wasn't enough. Atriox beat them, not easily, but decisively, forcing their retreat and securing the bridge. With banished forces in control of critical systems and the ship's command structure disrupted, the Infinity's situation became untenable. Captain Thomas Lasky, the ship's commanding officer, made the difficult decision to evacuate, ordering all personnel to abandon ship and scatter across Zeta Halo's surface. The evacuation was chaotic, with lifeboats and drop pods launching even as banished forces pursued and UNSC personnel fought desperate rearguard actions to buy time. Not everyone made it off. Casualties during the evacuation were substantial, but enough personnel escaped to prevent the complete annihilation of the Infinity's complement, scattering across the ring in groups ranging from organized units to isolated survivors. The Infinity itself was crippled, its systems compromised, its structure damaged, no longer capable of effective combat operations. The Banished had achieved what should have been impossible. They had defeated humanity's flagship, destroyed or scattered its crew, and demonstrated that even the UNSC's most powerful assets weren't invincible. The psychological impact of this victory was almost as significant as the practical one. If the Infinity could fall, what couldn't the Banished achieve? Following the Infinity's defeat, the Banished moved to consolidate control over Zeta Halo itself. They established outposts and bases across the ring's surface, deployed garrisons to key positions, and began the process of studying and accessing Forerunner systems. This was not a small operation. Banished forces numbered in the tens of thousands at minimum, spread across the ring's vast surface in a network of positions designed to maintain control and respond to any threats. Command of the occupation fell to Escharum, who assumed direct leadership of Banished forces on the ring, while Atriox departed on other business. Escharum approached the task with grim determination, understanding that holding Zeta Halo against the inevitable UNSC counterattacks would require vigilance and strength. He fortified Banished positions extensively, created overlapping defensive zones, and ensured that his forces remained aggressive in hunting down surviving UNSC personnel who might organize resistance. The Banished occupation of Zeta Halo was characterized by systematic brutality designed to crush any hope of resistance. UNSC survivors were hunted relentlessly. Captured personnel were often executed publicly or used as forced labor, and the Banished made clear through their actions that they considered the ring to be theirs by right of conquest. This treatment created deep hatred among the scattered human survivors, but also served Banished strategic purposes by preventing effective organization of resistance. For several months, the situation appeared stable from the Banished perspective. They controlled the ring, were making progress in accessing its systems, and faced no organized opposition beyond scattered partisan attacks by UNSC holdouts. Escharum established himself in what amounted to a throne room in a forerunner facility from which he directed operations and occasionally issued challenges to the scattered humans, daring them to face him in combat. It was during this period that he began his strange obsession with facing the Master Chief, the legendary Spartan whose exploits had become mythological even among the Banished. The Master Chief's presence on Zeta Halo was not initially known to the Banished. He had been aboard the Infinity during the assault, but his fate after the ship's defeat was unclear. In fact, the Chief had been incapacitated during the battle with Atriox, his injury severe enough that he had been placed in cryosleep, then jettisoned in an escape pod that drifted in space for 6 months before being recovered. When he finally returned to consciousness and made his way to Zeta Halo's surface, months had passed since the Infinity's defeat, and the Banished occupation was well established. The Master Chief's campaign to liberate Zeta Halo began small. One Spartan, lacking support or resources, facing an entire Banished army. By any rational assessment, it was hopeless. But the Chief had accomplished impossible things before, and he brought to this campaign all the skills and determination that had made him legendary. He began by locating and freeing scattered UNSC survivors, building a resistance network from the fragments of the Infinity's crew. He struck at isolated Banished positions, acquiring weapons and equipment while denying them to the enemy. And he worked to access Forerunner systems, seeking to understand the ring's capabilities and turn them against the occupying forces. The conflict that developed was asymmetric warfare at its finest. The Banished held overwhelming numerical and material superiority, controlled the ring's strategic positions, and possessed the organization and logistics to sustain operations indefinitely. The chief and his growing band of allies had none of these advantages. What they had instead was mobility, knowledge of unconventional tactics, and the ability to strike at targets that the Banished considered secure. It was guerrilla warfare conducted by humanity's finest soldier against an occupation force that hadn't expected serious resistance. As the Master Chief's campaign gained momentum, Escharum became increasingly focused on confronting him personally. The old Jiralhanai warrior saw in the chief a worthy opponent, perhaps the last truly challenging battle he would fight. Escharum was dying, his body failing from age and accumulated injuries, and he wanted his death to mean something, to come in glorious combat against the most dangerous foe available. This obsession colored his strategic decisions, sometimes prioritizing the chance to engage the chief over more rational military objectives. The Banished response to the chief's campaign was hampered by several factors. First, the sheer size of Zeta Halo made it difficult to effectively patrol or defend all positions simultaneously. The ring's surface area was larger than many planets, and even tens of thousands of troops were insufficient to maintain complete coverage. Second, the Banished had become complacent after months of unchallenged occupation, their vigilance reduced by the apparent absence of serious threats. Third, the Master Chief was simply that good. He operated at a level that ordinary soldiers, even well-trained and equipped Banished warriors, couldn't match. One by one, Banished strongholds fell to the chief's attacks. Forward operating bases were destroyed, propaganda towers brought down, garrison commanders eliminated. Each victory provided resources that strengthened the UNSC resistance, weapons and vehicles and intelligence that could be used in subsequent operations. The Banished, accustomed to being the predators, found themselves increasingly on the defensive, forced to concentrate forces and surrender mobility to protect key positions. A crucial element of the conflict involved the ring's monitor, an ancilla designated as 117649 Despondent Pyre, though better known as Adjutant Resolution in its interactions with humanity. This AI had maintained the ring for millennia, following protocols established at the time of its construction, and it viewed both the Banished and the UNSC as potential threats to the installation's security and mission. The Banished had attempted to subvert or control the monitor, hoping to gain full access to the ring's systems through it. These efforts had been only partially successful. The monitor followed its own directives and proved resistant to Banished manipulation. The chief's interactions with Adjutant Resolution were complex, characterized by mutual suspicion, but eventual cooperation based on aligned goals. The monitor wanted the Banished removed from the ring as much as the chief did, though for different reasons. This led to a strange alliance between the ancient Forerunner AI and the human warrior, with the monitor providing access to systems and information that would otherwise have been unavailable. This access was crucial to the chief's campaign, allowing him to operate with knowledge of banished positions and access to Forerunner facilities that could serve as bases or provide strategic advantages. As the chief's campaign progressed, another factor emerged that complicated the situation for everyone involved: the Harbinger and the Endless. These were entities and threats that predated the Forerunner's firing of the Halo array. Ancient beings that had been imprisoned on Zeta Halo for hundreds of thousands of years. The Banished, in their explorations of the Ring's systems, had discovered references to the Endless and had been working to release them, viewing them as potential allies or tools against the created and other enemies. The nature of the Endless and the Harbinger remained somewhat mysterious, information about them carefully guarded and only partially revealed. What is known suggests that they represented a threat significant enough that the Forerunners had taken extraordinary measures to contain them, measures that involved imprisoning them on Zeta Halo in facilities designed to hold them indefinitely. The Banished's attempts to release them represented either breathtaking arrogance or calculated desperation, possibly both, gambling that they could control or ally with entities that had terrified the Forerunners. The final confrontations on Zeta Halo brought together all these threads. The Master Chief pushed deeper into Banished-controlled territory, fighting through ever heavier resistance toward the command center where Escharum waited. The Banished rallied their forces, determined to stop the Chief and complete their work with the Endless before he could interfere. Adjutant Resolution maneuvered to protect the Ring from all threats, both external and those being unleashed from within, and the Harbinger pursued her own agenda, seeking freedom for the Endless regardless of what the outcome meant for the galaxy's current inhabitants. The confrontation between the Master Chief and Escharum was deeply personal, despite the two having never met before Zeta Halo. Escharum had built up the Chief as the ultimate opponent, the warrior whose defeat would validate the Banished and cement their legend. The Chief, for his part, saw Escharum as simply another enemy commander, an obstacle to liberating the Ring and stopping whatever the Banished were planning with the Endless. Their battle, when it finally occurred, was everything Escharum had hoped for, a brutal test of skill and will between two legendary warriors. The fight was close, closer than many of the Master Chief's battles had been. Escharum was old and dying, but he was still formidable. His experience and remaining strength making him a dangerous opponent, even for a Spartan. He wielded a gravity hammer with devastating skill, each blow capable of crushing armor, and his tactical acumen matched his physical prowess. The Chief had to use every advantage his armor and training provided, had to fight defensively when necessary, and exploit openings when they appeared, had to be perfect because any mistake would be fatal. In the end, the Master Chief prevailed, but Escherum's death was not a defeat in the way the Banished warrior would have seen it. He died in glorious combat against the finest warrior humanity had produced, died fighting rather than wasting away from age and disease, died having accomplished what he set out to do, test himself against the absolute best and prove that the Banished were worthy of their reputation. His last words to the chief were not of hatred, but of respect, acknowledgement that he had found a worthy opponent and could die satisfied. Escherum's death dealt a serious blow to Banished morale and organization on Zeta Halo. He had been the linchpin of the occupation, the leader who held disparate elements together through force of personality and proven capability. With him gone, command fragmented somewhat, with various lieutenants taking control of different forces and regions without clear overall coordination. This fragmentation made the Banished less effective at responding to threats, but also made them harder to decisively defeat, as there was no longer a single command structure to destroy. The situation on Zeta Halo remained unresolved as of the time contemporary records cease providing reliable information. The Banished retained substantial forces on the ring, controlled significant portions of its surface, and continued their efforts to access its systems and deal with the endless threat. The UNSC resistance, bolstered by the Master Chief's efforts, held positions of their own and continued working to liberate the installation. The Harbinger and the Endless represented a wild card, a factor that neither side fully understood, but that both recognized as potentially decisive. The Zeta Halo campaign demonstrated both the heights the Banished could reach and the limitations they faced. They had defeated the Infinity, had occupied a Halo installation, had proven themselves capable of executing complex operations against the best forces humanity could muster. But they had also suffered significant casualties, lost Escherum, one of their finest leaders, and failed to achieve complete control of the ring despite months of occupation. Their victory over the Infinity was absolute, but their ability to hold what they'd taken remained in question. For Atriox, who had departed Zeta Halo before the situation deteriorated, the campaign's outcome was mixed. He had achieved the strategic objective of denying the ring to the UNSC and gaining access to its systems. He had demonstrated Banished power in the most dramatic way possible. But the cost had been high. The situation remained unstable, and the question of what would come next remained unanswered. The story of the Banished, from Atriox's first rebellion to their occupation of Zeta Halo, represents one of the most significant military and political developments of the post-Covenant era. What began as a handful of rebels fighting for survival had within a decade become one of the major powers in known space, capable of defeating UNSC flagships and occupying Forerunner installations. The rise of the Banished challenged assumptions about power, organization, and the nature of authority that had structured galactic politics for generations. At the heart of the Banished's success lay Atriox's revolutionary philosophy, that strength and competence mattered more than species, tradition or religious doctrine. This simple principle, applied consistently, allowed the Banished to attract and utilize talent that other organizations overlooked or dismissed. A capable Ungoi could rise to command positions that would have been unthinkable in Covenant service. A Sangheili could serve alongside Jiralhanai without the mutual hatred that had poisoned their relationship for decades. Warriors from multiple species could coordinate their efforts toward common goals without the factional infighting that plagued Covenant remnants and other post-war organizations. The Banished structure, decentralized but coherent, proved remarkably resilient. Unlike the Covenant with its rigid hierarchies and religious bureaucracy, or the UNSC with its elaborate command chains and doctrinal inflexibility, the Banished empowered local commanders to make decisions based on immediate circumstance while maintaining overall strategic direction. This allowed them to operate effectively across multiple theaters simultaneously, to adapt rapidly to changing conditions, and to continue functioning even when cut off from central leadership. The military effectiveness that the Banished demonstrated consistently exceeded what their numbers and resources should have allowed. This stemmed from multiple factors: superior tactics and doctrine, effective integration of combined arms, willingness to modify equipment for specific missions, high-quality leadership at multiple levels, and an organizational culture that rewarded results over adherence to protocol. The Banished fought smart, and in an era where most conflicts involved massive forces grinding against each other through attrition, fighting smart provided consistent advantages. But the Banished were not invincible, and their rise was not without costs and contradictions. Their extractive economic model, based on raiding and conquest rather than production and trade, was sustainable only so long as there were targets to raid and territories to conquer. In the longer term, the Banished would need to transition to more sustainable economic structures if they hoped to become something more than a very successful pirate organization. Whether they could make this transition without losing the flexibility and aggression that had made them successful remained to be seen. The loss of key leaders posed another challenge. Decimus's death during the Ark campaign and Escherum's death on Zeta Halo demonstrated that the Banished's dependence on particularly capable individuals created vulnerabilities. While Atriox had worked to develop deep leadership benches, to cultivate multiple commanders capable of independent operations, the reality was that warriors of Decimus's or Escherum's caliber were rare. Each loss degraded the organization's capabilities in ways that couldn't be easily replaced. The Banished's relationship with Forerunner technology represented both opportunity and risk. Access to Forerunner installations provided capabilities that the Banished desperately needed to remain competitive with larger powers. But that same technology was dangerous, as the flood outbreak on the Ark had demonstrated. Forerunner systems operated according to principles that even the most sophisticated Banished engineers barely understood, and attempting to utilize them carried inherent risks. The Banished's willingness to take those risks, to experiment with ancient technology without fully comprehending the consequences, could either elevate them to new heights or destroy them utterly. The question of succession loomed large over the Banished's future. Atriox had created the organization through force of will, personal capability, and charismatic leadership. His authority was absolute because he had earned it through consistent success, and because no one in the Banished could realistically challenge him. But what would happen if Atriox died? The Banished had no formal succession mechanism, no clear second-in-command who could automatically assume leadership. The organization's unity might not survive a contested succession, potentially fragmenting into competing factions led by ambitious lieutenants. These structural concerns notwithstanding, by 2560, the Banished had firmly established themselves as a permanent fixture of the post-war galaxy. They controlled territories, commanded fleets, and could field armies that rivaled those of established powers. They had proven capable of defeating UNSC forces, standing against Sangheli fleets, and surviving the created uprising. Other organizations might wish for the Banished's destruction, but none had managed to achieve it despite numerous attempts. The Banished's impact extended beyond their military accomplishments. They represented an ideological challenge to existing power structures, demonstrating that alternatives to traditional hierarchies were not only possible, but potentially superior. For species that had been marginalized or oppressed under the Covenant, the Banished offered a vision of what multi-species cooperation could achieve when based on merit rather than predetermined status. This made them attractive to disaffected individuals across known space, ensuring a steady stream of recruits and sympathizers. For the Jiralhanae specifically, the Banished represented both salvation and transformation. Atriox had taken a species that seemed doomed to extinction or perpetual servitude and given them purpose, structure, and power. Under his leadership, the Jiralhanae had gone from being dismissed as barely civilized brutes to being respected and feared as formidable warriors leading one of the galaxy's major military organizations. The destruction of Doisak, tragic as it was, had paradoxically strengthened the Banished by driving survivors into Atriox's ranks and hardening their resolve. But this transformation came at a cost. The Banished Jiralhanae were not the same as those who had served in the Covenant or who had lived on Doisak before contact. They had been shaped by years of warfare, by Atriox's philosophy, by the necessities of survival in a hostile galaxy. Traditional Jiralhanae culture, already eroded by decades of Covenant service, had been further modified by Banished pragmatism. What remained was a hybrid, neither purely traditional nor completely divorced from Jiralhanae heritage, but something distinct to the Banished themselves. The interactions between the Banished and other major powers illustrated the complex political landscape of the post-war galaxy. The Banished fought the UNSC regularly, raiding human colonies and military installations, yet they occasionally traded with human black marketeers and had been known to cooperate against mutual threats. They clashed with the swords of Sanghelios constantly, ancient Jiralhanae-Sangheli hatreds ensuring continued hostility, yet Sangheli served in banished ranks, and some level of grudging respect existed between the organizations. They avoided the created when possible, but opposed them when necessary, pragmatism trumping ideology. These relationships defied simple categorization as alliance or enmity. The Banished operated based on immediate interests rather than permanent alignments, willing to cooperate when beneficial and betray when profitable. This unpredictability made them difficult to deal with diplomatically, but also meant they weren't locked into conflicts that didn't serve their purposes. Where the UNSC or Swords of Sanghelios might continue fighting for ideological reasons even when counterproductive, the Banished could simply walk away if a situation became untenable. The technological trajectory of the Banished deserved consideration as well. They had begun as Covenant deserters using salvaged equipment and had gradually incorporated UNSC weapons, Forerunner technology, and their own modifications into an increasingly sophisticated arsenal. The Banished of 2560 deployed weapon systems that combined elements from multiple sources, modified to suit their particular needs and constraints. This technological eclecticism gave them flexibility, but also created logistics challenges and prevented the standardization that made conventional militaries efficient. Looking toward the future, the Banished faced several possible trajectories. They could continue their current path, remaining a mobile raiding power that operated in the margins of established territories while avoiding direct confrontation with the strongest opponents. This was sustainable, but limited their growth potential and left them vulnerable to concentrated opposition if multiple powers decided to cooperate against them. Alternatively, the Banished could attempt to transition toward becoming a conventional territorial power, holding and developing regions rather than simply extracting resources from them. This would require developing administrative capabilities they currently lacked, establishing productive economies rather than purely extractive ones, and potentially softening their brutal reputation to make governance viable. It would also make them more vulnerable to attack, as static territories could be targeted more easily than mobile forces. A third possibility involved leveraging Forerunner technology to become something entirely new, a power with capabilities that transcended conventional military force. The Ark campaign and Zeta Halo occupation suggested that the Banished were pursuing this path, seeking technologies that could provide decisive advantages against enemies like the Created. Success in this endeavor could elevate them to galaxy-shaping power. Failure could destroy them or unleash forces they couldn't control. The moral questions raised by the Banished's rise deserved acknowledgement as well. From one perspective, Atriox was a liberator who had freed his people from oppressive servitude and built an organization based on merit and mutual benefit. From another, he was a warlord whose organization survived through violence, whose forces committed atrocities, and whose philosophy elevated might over right in ways that justified any action so long as it proved effective. Both perspectives contained truth, and the Banished embodied this contradiction. Revolutionary in structure, but brutal in practice, offering freedom to those who joined, but subjugation to those who opposed. For those fighting against the Banished, particularly UNSC forces, understanding them was crucial. The Banished weren't mindless savages to be dismissed or simple pirates to be hunted down. They were a sophisticated military organization led by brilliant tacticians, capable of complex operations and strategic thinking. Defeating them required respecting their capabilities, understanding their philosophy, and being willing to match their flexibility and aggression. Traditional approaches, rigid doctrine, and assumptions based on past conflicts with Covenant forces were recipes for failure against an enemy that thought and fought differently. The scholarly and historical significance of the Banished also warranted consideration. Future historians studying the post-Covenant era would inevitably grapple with how to categorize and understand this organization. Were they primarily a military force, a political movement, a criminal enterprise, an alternative civilization? The answer was probably all of these to varying degrees, making simple categorization impossible. The Banished represented something genuinely novel in recent galactic history, a multi-species organization that rejected the dominant models of hierarchy and authority while becoming powerful enough to matter. The story of Atriox's rebellion and the rise of the Banished resonated beyond its immediate military and political implications. It was a story about refusing to accept oppression, about breaking chains, both literal and metaphorical, about building something new from the ruins of failed systems. These themes were universal, appealing to anyone who had felt powerless or marginalized or trapped by circumstances beyond their control. In this sense, the Banished's greatest weapon wasn't their ships or soldiers, but their idea that alternatives existed, that the powerful could be defied, that determined individuals could change the galaxy. As this account draws to a close, the ultimate fate of the Banished remains unknown. The events on Zeta Halo demonstrated both their strength and their limitations, their capacity for achieving impossible victories, and their vulnerability to the exceptional capabilities of individuals like the Master Chief. The galaxy they operate in remains turbulent, with the created still active, the UNSC rebuilding, the swords of Sanghelios consolidating, and countless smaller powers vying for position in this environment. The Banished's future will depend on their ability to continue adapting, to maintain the strengths that brought them success while addressing the weaknesses that could destroy them. What can be said with certainty is that the galaxy has been permanently changed by their presence. The Banished have demonstrated that the post-Covenant order is not fixed, that new powers can emerge from unexpected places, that old hierarchies can be challenged and overcome, whether they ultimately succeed or fail, whether they become a lasting power or burn out in glory. They have already left their mark on history. And at the center of it all stands Atriox, the warrior who broke his chains and taught others to do the same, whose vision and will forged an empire from nothing, and whose name will be remembered long after the battles have ended. The Banished are here. They are powerful. They are dangerous. And they are, despite everything, survivors. In a galaxy that has seen species and civilizations rise and fall across hundreds of millennia, survival is no small achievement. The story of the Banished is ultimately a story of survival against impossible odds, of refusing to surrender even when surrender seems rational, of fighting on because the alternative is unacceptable. It is a very Jiralhanai story, a very Atriox story, and it is far from finished. If you enjoyed learning about the rise of Atriox, the formation of the Banished, and the brutal wars they waged across the galaxy, please consider liking this video and subscribing to Archivum Halo for more deep dives into Halo's extensive lore. Leave a comment below letting us know what faction or character you'd like us to cover next. From the ancient forerunners to the newest developments in the Halo universe, we're here to bring you comprehensive, canon-accurate explorations of everything that makes Halo one of the richest science fiction universes ever created. Until next time, stay vigilant and remember, in this galaxy, only the strong survive.